be present and voting. Fine. I'll start with the roll call then. Right. Delegate of Afghanistan. Yeah, I believe the delegate is not there. Delegate of Australia.
Present and voting.
Can you come again? You were not audible.
I'm present and voting.
Okay. Delegate of Afghanistan is not there. Delegate of Argentina. Argentina. Okay, Argentina is not there. Armenia. Australia is present. Delegate of Austria. Delegate of Bahamas. Delegate of Bahrain. Delegate of Brazil.
Present.
Delegate, can you be a little louder? Did you say present or present and voting?
I said present.
Okay. Delegate of China.
Present.
Delegate of Czech Republic. Delegate of Czech Republic. Okay. Delegate of Denmark.
Present.
Right. Delegate of Finland.
Present.
Delegate of France.
Present.
Delegate of France. Delegate of Germany.
Present and voting.
Delegate of India. Delegate of India. Okay. Delegate of Israel.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Japan.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Norway. Norway.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Russian Federation.
Present.
Delegate of United Arab Emirates.
Present.
Delegate of United Kingdom. Delegate of United States of America.
Present and voting.
Right. So I'll just repeat the name of the delegates who are there in the committee. It's USA, UAE, Russian Federation, Norway, Japan, Israel, Germany, Finland, Denmark, China, Brazil, Australia. Is there anybody who has been missed out? Please raise your hands. Also, a lot of people are there with their real names. Kindly rename yourself to your portfolios. There's nobody who has been missed out. I'm assuming that seeing no hands raised. So we have 12 delegates in the committee. Simple majority, that is 50 plus 1 would be 6 is the 50% plus 1, 7. 7 would be the simple majority for the committee. Fine. With this, delegates, do we have any motions on the floor? Any motions on the floor? Okay. We'll have it from Delegate of Israel for now. Israel, go ahead with your motion.
Thank you, Chair. The Delegate of Israel would like to set the agenda to combating the energy crisis in a sustainable manner.
The motion is in order. Basically, delegates will be now voting for the motion by Israel, but we would not go ahead with seconds and oppositions. We'll, as it is a beginners committee, as well as we have a lot of young participants, I'll try to keep it little simple for you. So we'll just have for and against. No seconds, no oppositions. Fine. So delegates in favor of motion raised by Delegate of Israel, that is to set up the agenda, may raise their hands. We have 8 votes in favor. Delegates against. Delegates against the motion.
Can the motion be sent in chat by the delegate?
Yeah, the motion is to set up the agenda.
Oh.
Right. So basically, delegates, I can see no votes against. There are 12 delegates present in the committee, and out of which only 8 voted in favor and rest did not vote. As it is a procedural voting, not a substantive voting. So even if you have said present, you need to vote for it. Right, so we'll do this process again. Delegates in favor of motion raised by Delegate of Israel may raise their hands. And I'll take note of everybody who's voting and not voting. Okay, I can see 9, 10, 11 votes. We have 12 delegates in the committee. I'm assuming that Israel, are you not in favor of the motion? Right. Israel, are you not in favor of? Yeah, right. So we have 12 and 1, 13. We have 12 delegates in the committee. Now I can see 13 votes. Plus one delegate who's there in the committee but not unmuting. France, you have not given your roll call. Delegate of France, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
What is your roll call stance?
Yes,
What is your roll call stance? Present or present and voting?
present, ma'am.
Okay. RFU sir, kindly take a note of it. The delegate from France stands to be present and voting.
Understood.
Right. Perfect. With this motion passes with a clear majority. Fine. Now we will be looking for, please lower down your hands, everybody, very quickly. I'll be proceeding towards the formal debate. For that, Delegate of UAE, kindly rename yourself. Right. For that, we'll be looking forward for motions. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of Russian Federation. Go ahead.
The delegate of Russian Federation would like to raise a motion to establish the general speakers list.
Right. Fine. The motion is in order. Delegates in favor of motion by Delegate of Russian Federation, that is to establish the general speakers list. For by default time being 90 seconds, may raise their hands now. I can see 10 votes, 11 now. That means the remaining 2 delegates will be against the motion. Right, so delegates against the motion. I want everybody to vote this time. I can see Brazil, France, India not voting. India is not even given their roll call. Okay, Brazil and France are against the motion. Fine, all 13 of you have voted, but this motion passes as we have attained the simple majority. With this, again, lower down your hands. Now I'll be recognizing speakers for the general speakers list. Delegates who are willing to speak may raise their hands. We will have Russia, followed by Japan, followed by Australia, followed by, please lower down your hands as soon as I take your name, so that I know that these people are recognized and these people are remaining. Right? Right. So we will have Russia, Japan, Australia, France, USA, Israel, then we'll have UAE. Please lower down your hands. Finland, once you're recognized. Germany, Denmark, sorry, Germany, Denmark, Norway, and then the last one who's left is, this is Delegate of Republic of India. Okay, sir, Republic of India has given their roll call in the chat box. They stand to be present. Kindly take a note of it. So after Norway, we'll have India. We have 13 people in the committee and only 12 of them have given their names. Brazil has not given their name for general speakers list. Brazil, are you there?
Yeah.
Shall we add you to the general speakers list?
No, fine.
You don't want to? Fine.
Kashish,
Okay.
ma'am.
China has also given their raising their hand. So after India, it will be China. Yes, sir.
Kashish, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Due to Delegate of France and Delegate of UAE not being there on the month command, I have taken a manual note of them. So after China, they both can speak.
Okay, perfect. Or if we can go to the roll call section and add them up, if possible.
Ma'am, then we'll have to reset the entire command system.
Okay. What can be done is you can reset and make everybody present, because I have taken a note of it. So that wouldn't
Understood.
be a problem, right? But in the list, everybody should be there.
Understood. I'll do that right now.
Or above on the top, it shows the option to add people, right? France is there in your list already. Set all as present, I believe. That would work. All as present. If set all as absent. Yeah, right. Perfect. Thank you. Fine. With this, the first speaker that we have on the list is Delegate of Russia. Russia, you have the floor. You may begin now. It will be for 90 seconds, sir. Can you change the time?
The first delegate is Japan, I believe.
The first delegate for the general speakers list is Russia, then Japan. If it can't be shifted, it's fine. We can take up Russia, but let it display Japan. Fine. Delegate of Russia, please begin.
Thank you, Executive, for giving me the floor. Everything is energy and everyone uses energy. Energy is everywhere and drives everything. Our modern lives, both individual and societal, have come to depend on its abundance, convenience, and potential. It is the motive force within our bodies propelling our vehicles, lighting our world. Consider a power outage or a dead cell phone battery. Living without energy for even 10 minutes demonstrates how indelible its imprint on its daily activities. At the same time, we inhabit an amazing ecosystem, as resilient as it is fragile. Our energy comes from and returns to a global environment. Russia is one of the world's largest producers of energy. Russia is providing fuels at 30% discount in one of the most cheapest rates in the whole world. Russia is not only rich in oil, gas, and coal, but also in wind, hydro, geothermal, biomass, and solar energy. Its decision to stop fossil fuels to other European countries is just a step forward towards green energy transition, which is apparently seen as an economic attack, but it isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have around 22 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
I wish to yield it to POIs.
Also, please refrain yourself from using I, me, myself. Rather, refer to yourself as Delegate of Russia and use third person pronouns. Fine? Right. With this, delegates willing to ask a point of information to Delegate of Russia may raise their hands. Delegates willing to ask a POI to the delegate. There's nobody willing to ask a POI. Okay, again, let me remind the committee. A, you have marks for the same. B, if you are getting an opportunity to ask the question, you must. So for that, you need to hear out other people. Only then you'll be in a capacity to ask them questions. So from next time onwards, I do not want the committee to go this blank, right? Even if you are beginners, you learn from trying. Even if the question is not good enough or not meeting your own standards, it's fine. Speak it out. Right, with this next speaker that, okay, Norway is willing to ask a question. Very good. Yes, Norway, go ahead.
Yes, Delegate of Russia, you have a war between Russia and Ukraine. Then also you are selling the prices, oils or fossil fuels 30% less, the cheapest price. So how can you again raise the funds to get the more money for the war or for your people's sake? Thank you.
Right to reply.
This is not right to reply. It says the simple reply. Right of reply is something else. You may go ahead with the reply.
Okay, so basically, since the war is happening right now, there have been many Western sanctions on our trade with other countries. Now, if you are getting an opportunity to trade with any country to provide fuels to them, because we have an abundance reservoir of fuels, then we'll of course trade it for our economy, since the war is also happening at the same time and there are many sanctions on us. So that's the reason why we are providing it at a very cheap rate, so that we have abundance trade of it, of our fuels, and we are providing it to developing nations like India. We just traded with it so that it helps the countries at the same time.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Delegate of Israel, one thing from the next time onwards, if you want to ask POI, you need to raise your hand at the start. Else I would not take in between. For this time, as it's the first speech, you may go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of Russia, as we know that due to the Russia-Ukraine war, there were many leaks like from gas and oil pipelines, and industrial factories were on fire. So like, what did Russia do to prevent it, to prevent the wastage of renewable energy?
Well, I completely disagree that these industrial attacks have been there, because the war did not happen in civilian area, and the media outage which is currently running is just false propaganda of the Ukrainians. It's just a false propaganda of the Ukrainians, but we very well know how to do a war, and it's not been done near a civilian area or near an industry.
Thank you very much, Russia, Israel, and Norway. With this, we'll move ahead with the next speaker. The next speaker is Delegate of Japan. Japan, please begin.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. There is no energy crisis, only a crisis of ignorance. The energy crisis is the concern that the world's demands on the limited natural resources that are used to power industrial society are diminishing as the demand rises. These natural resources are in limited supply. Global energy consumption is increasing, and we will face a shortage of fossil fuels in the coming decades. Japan's power crisis was a big concern a decade before. Japanese turned down heat and lights to avoid power cut after the earthquake. Balancing supply and demand for electricity is extremely important because of the need for real-time matching. This has been achieved unilaterally on the supply side through the possession of excess power generation capacity. In the years of 2010, 2011, and 2012, there was a drastic reduction in demand in Kansai Electric Power Company service from 10% to 13%. Thus, demand response corresponding to a power shortage has become the norm, where only 2 nuclear reactors have been in operation since July 2012. Energy transition to renewable energy resources and energy efficiency and conservation via smart grid solution is possible. It is also important that we replace old devices by energy efficient solutions, such as replacing traditional light bulbs by LEDs. The Energy Progress Report of 2021 states that nearly 9 out of 10 people.
You can conclude.
9 out of 10 people now have access to electricity, but reaching the unserved will require more efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Seeing no time remaining, we won't accommodate yields. Next speaker that we have is Australia.
Can I
Delegate
start?
of Australia, please begin.
Thank you, Chair. The best way to predict the future is to design it. One said by Mr. Buckminster Fuller. Australia has had a long time love with fossil fuels and particularly coal. The country produces substantially more coal than it consumes, including fossil fuel exports in carbon emissions. That makes Australia the third largest emitter in the world, behind Russia and Saudi Arabia. Even without the kind of renewable mix that we have, Southern Australia industry wants an urgent action such as coal mining gas, which is the missing link in all of this issue. And we need supplies as it is a matter of urgency that the state's government's work is to help gas get out of the ground, and maybe we provide farmers with royalties for gas production. That's one option. Also, we believe in extra gas will only be exported, and what we need to do is change the electricity market rules. Australia's renewable energy target, which is the federal legislation designed to achieve 33,000 gigawatts, are that is the least 20% of Australia's energy. From 2021, the Australian government has announced that they will not extend the REP beyond 2020. The Finkel Review is a shorthand name for electricity market, commissioned by federal and state ministers large scale. It had prompted blackouts in southern Australia, which focused the national attention on energy security last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. You have around 39 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
Can that please be repeated?
The delegate has 39 seconds remaining. How the delegate wishes to yield?
I would like to yield to the chair.
To the chair. Right. Don't use I, me, myself. France, you have the floor. Delegate of France, do we have you?
France has demonstrated important leadership in raising the global climate ambitions. It has done so within the framework of the European Union and most notable in its leading role in negotiation that results in the landmark Paris Agreement in 2015. At home, France was one of the first countries to enact climate law. In 2019, the government put into its legislation the goal of reaching net zero emission by 2050. France has promoted green finance and green budgeting across the government, allowing national expenditure and revenue to sustain the climate. Other environmental goals. The government's 2030 investment program and its economic recovery plan are among the most ambitious globally in the terms of clean energy transition, with innovative funding schemes to encourage the building the profits and low carbon transport.
Thank you, France, but I believe you were not audible. I believe Japan and Germany are also raising their hands for the same thing. Can you please fix up your connection and repeat? I'll give you 1 minute. Take 1 minute, fix up your connection, be a little louder, and then speak up.
Delegate France.
You're still not audible. The voice is very low. Maybe what you can do is we will take you a little later. You can leave and join back. Fine? Yeah. Right. So the next speaker on the list that we have is Delegate of USA. USA, please begin.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Sustainability is no longer about doing less harm. It's about doing more good. The global warming is increasing day by day and thus increasing the sea levels. USA has responded to energy crisis in a positive way. As we all know, USA is the world's largest oil and gas producer. Still, we are taking steps to reduce the energy crisis. US also has signed policies like Federal Climate Policy and Montreal Protocol. US reduction seems low percentage-wise, but it translates to a total annual reduction of about 760 million metric tons since 2005. Many developed countries have agreed to significantly reduce their emissions, and many have already made noteworthy progress. We can reduce global energy crisis by moving to renewable sources of energy, using solar or electrical cars and vehicles instead of vehicles that use up fossil fuels. We can do regular check in the areas of our country for ensuring that no non-renewable energy is wasted. After all, everyone has to start so that the country moves one step ahead in its development.
Is that all, USA?
Sorry?
Are you done with your speech?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Right. So as you have 23 seconds remaining, how do you wish to use?
the delegate of USA would like to yield the time to POIs.
Right. Delegates willing to ask a POI to the delegate may raise their hand. I can see only one, that is Russia. Russia, please go ahead.
Yeah, so a very common issue in the USA is of the nuclear reactor accidents. And they are also defined as incidents that either resulted in the loss of human life or more than $50,000 of property damage. So what measures will you take to prevent this, as it's a big environmental issue?
Okay, so delegate of Russia, as I already mentioned in my speech before, US is not fully achieved the SDG goal 7, but it is trying to achieve it, and by the ways like planting more trees and switching on to renewable energy resources.
Right. Thank you, delegate. This, just a moment. Right. I believe we have France back in the committee. Before that, we'll just wait for them. France, do we have you?
Yes, sir. I am audible.
Yes, you are. You may go ahead now.
In 2020, the multi-year energy program was adopted, which includes a 10-year energy plan mandating that a biogas accounts for 7 to 10% of gas consumption by 2030. France also plans to provide 7 to 9 billion euro of subsidies to encourage renewable gas production. We have taken energy crisis in positive way, like energy check. The fuel poverty energy check average at 150 euro is a piloting power can be cut off of France by winter by a law. 1,000 kilometers of solar highway in partnership with National Solar Energy Institutes, a French firm of piloting positive energy roads paved with solar panels glued on a top of existing road surface. France is assisting Morocco with a diversification of the energy source under the North Solar Power Program, which will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by some 3.7 million tons.
Is that all, delegate?
Yes, sir.
Right. So you have around 17 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
I will yield my time to the chair.
Don't say I, say delegate of France wishes to yield it to the chair. Repeat, delegate, how do you wish to yield your time?
Delegate of France will yield the time to the chair.
Perfect. Thank you. Right. With this, the next speaker that we have is Israel. Israel, please begin.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. The Delegate of Israel is honored to be a part of MEN Conference 2022. Every act of energy conservation is just more than common sense. I tell you, it is an act of patriotism. I am proud to say that Israel has launched a 10 years old national plan for energy efficiency and dealing with energy crisis. According to reports in Israel, the greenhouse gas emissions from electricity generation declined by 3.5% as a result of ongoing fuel switch from coal to natural gas. The switch has reduced CO2 emissions and air pollutants while contributing to energy security. Israel is currently focusing on distributed solar power to achieve its renewable energy targets. Israel is currently reassessing the technical long term of potential renewables. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. You have around 36 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
The delegate of Israel would like to yield his time to the chair.
Right. Thank you very much. With this, we'll be now proceeding towards the informal debate. So we'll be looking forward for motions. But before that, do we have any points on the floor? Seeing none, do we have any motions on the floor? Only one. I can accommodate more people for this motion. Nobody else is willing to raise a motion for your informal debate, either moderator or unmoderated caucus. Okay, I can see two, so I'll just take these two then. So it will be Russia followed by Japan. Yes, Russia, go ahead with your motion.
The delegate of Russian Federation would like to raise a motion to suspend the formal debate and move into a moderated caucus on the topic green energy transition, for the total time being 15 minutes and individual speakers' time being 60 seconds.
Okay. Delegate, the motion is in order. Delegate of Japan, go ahead with your motion.
The delegate of Japan has the same motion.
So in that case, what you say is that the delegate of Japan wishes to second the delegate of Russia, or you can remove your name from the list, that is retract your name. Fine. So delegate of Japan, your motion.
The delegate of Japan seconds the motion told by delegate of Russian Federation.
Very good. Very good. So as we have one motion in hand, we'll have a vote on this one. That is green energy transition for 15 minutes and 60 seconds proposed by Russian Federation. Delegates in favor of the motion may raise their hands now. We have 10, 11, 12. And in the committee, we have a strength of 14. Okay, we have 13 votes. Only one vote again. One vote is not there. Right. So delegates against the motion. Also, instead of naming yourself as delegate of Republic of China, delegate of People's Republic of China, sorry, delegate of this, delegate of that, you can simply write delegate, let's say, for Russian Federation or France or Norway, because it's not visible to me on the screen, so it's hard for me to write. You can rename yourself. Right. Delegates against the motion. Delegates against the motion. There is one delegate not voting. Again, although the motion, okay, Norway is against the motion. Fine. Right. So in that case, as we have attained the simple majority, the motion passes. Now, there are no necessary benefits to the delegates whose motion passes, apart from them choosing to either be the first speaker or reserve their right. So, delegate of Russia, do you wish to be the first speaker or reserve your right?
Yes, yes, Chair.
As in, you want to be the first speaker or reserve your right?
I want to be the first speaker.
Again, okay. So first speaker will be Russia.
Federation would like to be the first speaker.
Very good. Right. Now, delegates who are willing to add their names to this motion, that is green energy transition, 15 minutes, 60 seconds, raise your hands. Russia, China. Please load down your hands once you are recognized. China, load down your hands. Germany. Japan. Norway. Israel. USA. UAE. France. Please rename yourself in the convention that I have told you so that you are visible to me. Denmark, Finland, Australia, UAE, you have been recognized. Anybody else? This just makes out to be 12 speakers. We have 14 in the committee. As I told you that everybody has to speak, right? So I would appreciate if rest to also give their names, although I'm not forcing anybody, but try to. Right, so I'm dropping down the list in the chat box for your perusal. With this delegate of Russian Federation, are you good to go?
Yeah, yes, Chair.
Yeah, you have the floor. Please begin.
Thank you, Evie, for giving me the floor. We are moving more towards adopting renewable energy resources, and to make other countries do so as well, Russia has stopped supplies of natural gas to countries like Czech Republic, Germany, Slovakia, Finland, France, and Denmark, which are now blaming Russia for the economic crisis. We urge all countries to move to cleaner fuels and do not be dependent on Russian gas. Russia's stoppage of these fuels is just for the sake all of the other countries become self-independent and the world moves to cleaner fuels rather than natural gas. This is a step towards green transition. Currently, the country operates 38 nuclear power reactors and is steadily moving ahead with plans to expand the role of nuclear energy, including the development of new reactor technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the floor. China, please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable delegates and chair. The Sustainable Development Goal number 7 ensures that people in the world access to clean and affordable energy. Fossil fuels are used to generate energy harmful to the environment. But these types of modes of generating energy could be replaced by the renewable sources of energy. Renewable energy, also known as alternative energy, is derived from the replenishable sources such as the sun, wind, water bodies, hot springs, tides, and biomass. Generating renewable energy creates far lower emissions than burning fossil fuels. Because of China's investments in the renewable resources, it led to a decrease in prices of renewable resources, which led to record levels of new wind and solar installations.
Are you done, Delegate, with your statement? Delegate of China.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Are you done? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Next speaker that we have on the list is Delegate of Germany. Germany, please.
Yes, ma'am. Burning fossil fuel increases carbon dioxide, which is directly linked to global warming. So fossil fuel are very damaging to the health of our planet, which is a major concern worldwide. In 2011, the German government introduced the Energiewende and decided to reduce the amount of fossil fuel from 80% of the energy supply to 20% by 2050. This decision was even toughened after the Paris Accord. The process of energy transition can be seen in growing shares of renewable energies in the electricity, heat, and transport sector in Germany. In 2021, the renewable energy sources produce more electricity than all the fossil fuels, including coal, gas, oil, together, and provided 41.1% of Germany's electricity demand, with the wind power being the most important energy source in German electric mix. In the end, I would like to say that transition to renewable energy is good for people as well as the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Japan. Japan.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. What is energy transition? Energy transition is the ongoing process of replacing fossil fuels with low carbon energy sources. It is nothing but jumping from non-renewable energy to renewable energy like wind, hydro, solar, and geothermal energy, which are more cleaner and greener. Japan had introduced the FIT scheme to oblige electric utility operators to purchase electricity from photovoltaic, wind, hydro, and geothermal renewable energy resources. Japan's cabinet approved a new target of 36 to 38% of renewable share in the power generation by 2030. Japan was the world's second largest producer of photovoltaic electricity in the early 2000s. We all have to switch to this green energy as it is a clear winner when it comes to boosting economy and creating jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Next up, we have Delegate of Norway.
Go beyond oil. Norway. Norway is the fourth world largest gas and 11th largest oil exporter, and also 90% of its production is exported. And shipping is a hard to abate sector where direct electrification is expected to play a minor role for short segments. We introduce LNG batteries and hydrogen fuel cells for domestic and short sea shipping, extending this to low and zero fossil or carbon fuel. Before, we are renewable countries using hydro energy and wind energy. 10% of energy capacity is added. be significant increase the electricity demand. So we introduced the wind energy. Over 10% of the Norways are using wind energies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Norway. Next, we have Israel. Israel.
Thank you, Chair. A transition to clean energy is about making an investment in our future. A transition to renewable energy is good for people and our planet. It will be a perfect change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improve human health and environment by decreasing air and water pollution. A transition to clean energy is a huge economic opportunity. For green energy transition, we have to shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy, such as solar, wind, hydroelectric, or geothermal energy. Green energy is that which comes from natural sources, such as the sun. This energy is eco-friendly as well as it does not release pollutants into the air. There is a notable rise in the abundance of areas with high renewable energy development potential. Now is the time for a sustainable energy policy which will not only save our environment and resources, but also help us secure our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Israel. Next up, we have USA. USA begin.
Energy transition is a pathway toward transformation of the global energy sector from fossil-based to zero carbon by the second half of this century. This movement is started in Europe over 2000 years ago. As we all know, USA is the world's largest oil and gas producer. Yet, it ranks second in the energy transition investment by which we are moving forward to achieve the SDG 7. UN launched the Energy Compact Action Network, which will be supported by UN Energy, that brings together 200 governments, businesses, and other civil society partners. Treaties like UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, have also been signed. The United States enact policies that reduce the use of fossil fuels without carbon capture and storage, ensure that oil and gas produced in the United States have low GHG emission possible. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Next up, we have Delegate of France. France begin. Delegate of France.
Thank you, Chair, for France is demonstrated important leader in global climate. It has done so within the framework of
Sorry to cut, you're not audible.
France has demonstrated important.
Your voice is. Please start again. Please start speaking again.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. France has demonstrated important leadership in raising global climate ambitions. It has done so within the framework of European Union and the most notably the leading role in negotiations that resulted in the landmark Paris Agreement in 2000. At home, France was the one of the first countries to enact a climate law, and in 2019, the government put into legislation the goal of reaching net zero emission by 2050. France has promoted green finance and green budgeting approach across government, aligning nation expenditure and revenue processes with the climate and other environmental goals. The government's 2030 investment program and its economic recovery plan are among the most ambitious globally in the term of clean energy transition, with innovative funding schemes to encourage building retrofits and low carbon transport.
Thank you, Delegate of France. Although I was able to make out what he was speaking, but then the voice is still a little low. So try to fix this up, or maybe you can join from other device for audio and other from video. Right, who suits you? Next speaker that we have is Delegate of Denmark. Denmark, please begin.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the current state of the world, transitioning toward green energy sources is crucial. The SDGs have 17 goals, and Goal 7 of those aims towards everybody having access to affordable, reliable, and mostly clean sources of energy. Denmark has a lot of future plans to help toward the global energy crisis and has announced that it will completely stop extracting oil from the North Sea and become climate neutral by the year 2050. Along with that, Denmark is planning on building an artificial energy island to generate renewable energy for several nations, which might help in Europe's power problems. The integration of this project in Europe's power grids will be a crucial step for Europe transitioning away from fossil fuels as well as its reliance on other countries. A lot of countries actually do have renewable sources being produced, but this would be a good thing, except these countries are one of the largest energy consumers in the world, and the generation of the renewable energy does not come close to the energy they utilize. The way for these countries like China, USA, and India to contribute towards helping the global energy crisis is that they drastically improve their energy efficiency and lower their carbon emissions. The countries which are densely populated or have high energy consumption rates should try resorting to other renewable sources at a larger scale. So it actually makes a difference on a large scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark. Next speaker that we have is Delegate of UAE. UAE, do we have you?
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. Energy transition is the change in the composition of primary energy supply, the gradual shift from a specific pattern of energy provision to a new state of an energy system. Wind power and solar photovoltaic systems have the greatest potential to mitigate climate change. The renewable energy transition is also driven by the rapidly increasing competitiveness of both. Another motivation for the transition is to limit other environmental impact of the energy industry. The transition includes a shift from internal combustion engine powered vehicles to more public transport, reduced air travel, and electric vehicles. For electric grid scale flexibility, energy storage is vital to allow for variable, weather dependent technologies.
Thank you, UAE. Next speaker we have is Delegate of Finland. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As the usage of fossil fuels, natural gas increases, the impact on environment becomes heinous day by day. This leads to requirement of transition of energy from non-renewable to green, renewable, and clean energy. The Republic of Finland believes that this can be done by implementing various ideas and policies on a long-term and short-term basis. The Republic of Finland aims to achieve carbon neutrality by 2035 and phase out of coal by 2030, and an increase in renewable energy reliance to about 50% of the overall mix. The Republic of Finland has adopted to various renewable resources such as hydroelectric, solar, wind, and nuclear energy. The most important forms of renewable energy used in Finland are bioenergy, fuels from forest industry side streams, and other wood-based fuels, hydropower, wind power, and ground heat. In constructing its own capacity, Finland will give priority to plants that do not emit greenhouse gases, such as CHP plants using renewable sources, including financially profitable and environmentally acceptable hydro and wind power plants. Technological development and sustainable development are key to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore technology-specific strategies are needed to achieve these climate neutrality targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Australia has retracted their name from this particular moderated caucus. So we are done with this particular moderated caucus in that case. Three speakers who haven't spoken for this one is India, Australia, and Brazil. Is there anybody out of three of you who is willing to speak? Nobody? Perfect. We'll move ahead then. We'll revert back to our general speakers list. We took till Israel. Now we'll go ahead with USA and Finland. Delegate of USA, you have UAE, you have the floor. Please begin.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. The energy crisis is a broad and complex topic. Most people don't feel connected to its reality unless the price of gas at the pump goes up or there are lines at the gas station. The energy crisis is something that is ongoing and getting worse despite many efforts. In the past couple of years, sustainability has been one of the key topics surrounding conversations about the UAE and where the country is headed. right from Dubai announcing several sustainable development to sustainability being at the heart of Expo 2020 plans, the UAE is making conscious efforts towards moving to a more sustainable future. Numerous federal and local strategies are in place within the UAE that set clear goals for the country to shape its future to be more sustainable. These UAE sustainability initiatives include the UAE Vision 2021, the UAE Centennial 2071, and the UAE Energy Strategy 2050, with sets of 50% target for clean energy in the country, among others. These have already established several sustainable development goals in the UAE and serves as a guiding principle for most upcoming projects. This is shown by the two major declarations in Abu Dhabi and Dubai that standardize construction projects to promote sustainability in the UAE, primarily in the real estate sector.
Delegate, you
Ashish,
have
ma'am.
around 15 seconds remaining. Yeah,
Ashish, ma'am,
Aryan.
before we move forward, I will be because of network issues and stuff on the server. I'll be switching the screen share. So just give me a second. I'll pause. I'll stop it, and we are beginning it
Yeah,
again.
sure. Till then, I'll just take up the if delegate wants PY. Delegate, there were 15 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
The delegate of UAE would like to yield it to the chair.
Perfect. Next speaker we have is Finland, but we'll wait for a moment for Sir to fix it up, and then we'll go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
Okay, you will be sharing or Ari will be sharing?
I would be sharing.
We will be sharing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Kush. Right. So next speaker we have is Finland. Please change the timer to 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Or if possible, Kush, can you share the normal timer, Google timer?
What?
Can you share the Google timer instead of this?
Sure, I can do that.
Yeah, that would be better because this is slightly confusing. Yeah, 90 seconds. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Sorry.
So you can either write that. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So you can reset it for now. Right. Finland, you have the floor. Also make it full screen from the side. You're on one command back again. So Google timer would do. Yeah.
Yeah. Should I start?
Just a second. Push make it full screen, the Google timer. Yeah, from there only.
Yeah, I'm clicking this error, I guess.
Okay, not an issue. Yeah, now try to. Okay, it's fine. Let it be then. Finland, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. Today, the world is facing a humongous problem which is damaging environment and has plagued the national economic development drastically. This issue has been recognized as the energy crisis. Throughout the world, almost 756 million people still require electricity in their homes. 1.2 billion people still don't have energy to cook, and half of the remaining population is using non-renewable impure energy. This situation needs to be prevented. Thus, with the sole intention of preventing this energy crisis by adopting to clean energy solutions and by helping provide energy to each household in the world, the Republic of Finland is immensely proud to address in the UNEP today regarding the agenda of global energy crisis. The world has been facing this critical issue for a long time. The extensive use and burning of impure non-renewable resources has not only led to energy crisis, but has also led to environmental damage, such as global warming. With the average global temperature increased by more than 1 degree centigrade, it is vital that we as a community come together to combat the energy crisis and prevent global warming. Thus, the Republic of Finland believes that each nation should come together as a whole and implement various ideas such as adoption of natural, renewable energy resources and set up various policies which will help people throughout the world receive clean energy. The Republic of Finland believes that if every nation creates a sense of belief amongst its citizens that this energy crisis can be prevented, only then it will become a reality.
Delegate time up.
Thank you.
Wrap up. Right. Thank you, Finland. Fine. With this, we'll just take just a moment. Somebody in the chat.
Should I accept the country names?
No. We have, hold on to question in the chat format. There's a doubt that came to me in the WhatsApp group. Then you can reply it there and then only instead of replying it verbally. Fine. Right. The next speaker that we will take for now is, just a moment, the delegate of Germany. After that, we'll open the floor. Germany, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. The environment is where we all meet. We have a mutual interest, and it is the one thing we all share. By Lady Bird Johnson. As we know, the world is in the middle of its first truly global energy crisis. The energy crisis is a concern that world emitted natural resources are diminishing at a rate too quick to meet the demand to power our increasingly industrial society. The answer to the energy crisis is not additional fossil fuel, but instead putting efforts into the energy transition. The German government have planned to decarbonize the energy sector and cut emission for several years now. The plan has become to known as Energiewende. The Energiewende literally means energy turnaround. In Germany's effort to low carbon and environment sound, reliable and affordable energy supply, the new system intend to rely heavily on the renewable energy, particularly wind, solar and hydroelectricity, and to increase the energy efficiency and energy demand market. The Germany have already made a significant progress on its greenhouse gas emission, and it have reduced almost 27% between 1990 and 2014. And to speed up the transition, every household and company of each and every country needs to shift to renewable energy.
Delegate time up.
We need to handle this crisis before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Kush, kindly pause the sound of that timer. Basically, yeah. Just disable it. Yeah. Delegates, as you know, that you'll be given 5 seconds buffer to complete your speeches in case you're on the time, but try to, keep it within the 90 seconds time frame. With this, we'll be again proceeding towards the informal debate. So do we have any points on the floor? Seeing none. Do we have any motions on the floor? We will have Denmark, Russia and Japan both have been given a chance earlier. Anybody else who wants to raise a motion apart from Denmark? Then we'll give this one to Japan. Denmark, go ahead with the motion.
Thank you. The delegate of Denmark wishes to suspend the formal debate and move into a moderated caucus on the topic extensive use of fossil fuel for the time being 15 minutes and each speaker's time being 60 seconds.
15, 60, right. Right. Japan, go ahead with your motion.
The delegate of Japan seconds the motion proposed by delegate of Denmark.
With this, we'll be now voting upon this motion proposed by Denmark, that is extensive use of fossil fuels, 15 minutes and 60 seconds. Delegates in favor of the motion may raise their hands now. Delegates against? Delegates against the motion. This motion passes. Delegate of Denmark, do you wish to be the first speaker or reserve your right?
Reserve my right.
Finland and Germany, please lower down your hands. Right. With this, delegates who are willing to speak for this particular moderated caucus may raise their hands now. We'll have Finland. Followed by Russia, followed by Norway, followed by Denmark. Please load on Norway, Denmark, USA, Germany, as of now, I've recognized Japan. Okay, after Germany, it's Japan. After Japan, it's France, Australia, followed by UAE. UAE, you've been recognized already. France, you've been recognized already. Anybody else who's willing to add their names? China, you've been recognized
Kashish,
already. Yes.
after Germany, who is there?
After Germany, it's Japan, then France, then Australia. I can still see a lot of people haven't given their name for this particular moderated caucus. Delegates, why are you not willing to speak? Brazil, you haven't. India, you haven't. Israel, you haven't. Okay, Israel, I'll add you. Delegate of Brazil, shall I add your name? Brazil, do we have you? Brazil, please unmute yourself.
Is UAE recognized?
Yes.
After which speaker?
Brazil, do we have you? After Denmark. See, delegates, if you're not speaking, honestly, I'll make sure that you do not get the certificates. And this is the simple rule in the committee that everybody has to participate. Now, if you are not speaking in the committee, I cannot really help you with the participation certificates and everything. Brazil, are you there? Brazil, are you there? Brazil, you're not audible. Now you are. Yeah, now you are. Shall I add your name after Israel?
Okay. Yeah. Hello.
Okay. Be prepared.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm adding your name after Israel then. Fine. India, do we have you? Okay, India has left the committee, so we'll remove them from the participants, right? Okay, I'm dropping down the list in the chat box. We have 13 speakers recognized for this particular moderated caucus. Fine. Right. After this moderated caucus, we'll just take Kush, please switch the timer. Please open the timer. Finland, you have the floor for next 60 seconds. Delegate of Finland.
Yeah. The use of fossil fuels has become a major issue contributing in energy crisis, just taking place globally. As the prices of fuels are cheap, its utilization is increasing rapidly. The burning of fossil fuels releases a huge amount of carbon dioxide, which is the major contributor of global warming and the greenhouse effect. In addition to global warming, usage of fossil fuels also generates localized air pollutants such as soot and smog that increase the risk of death from respiratory illness. Time and time again, oil spills and explosions have wreaked havoc on Mother Nature. The burdens of both climate change and conventional pollution fall more heavily on low-income communities. Toxic waste sites are more likely to be found in vulnerable communities, and the same is true of coal-fired power plants. The Republic of Finland proposes that constructing its own capacity, Finland will give priority to plants that do not emit greenhouse gases and decrease the usage of peat, natural gas, etc., as it is committed to the usage of biofuels, solar energy, wind energy, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Russia. Russia, go ahead.
Thank you, Executive Board, for giving me the floor. The burning of fossil fuels produces greenhouse gases, which are carbon dioxide, etc., that trap the heat in the atmosphere, which causes global warming. The additional heat in the land, ocean, and atmosphere is driving worsening extreme weather. Hence, we have stopped trade of fossil fuels, like I mentioned earlier, and for which we should not be blamed. Low emission zones for vehicles below the heavily polluting standards have been set. This is a step in the right direction in an effort to tackle air pollution as well in Moscow and other major cities. The Russian government has already instructed the authorities of Moscow and Petersburg to develop a roadmap for the implementation of these measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia. So on the chat, if you do not write via EV on the chat, the chat is not marked. So make sure that you write via EV on all your chats. So whatever chats you have sent, you can delete and resend them after writing via EV, else they won't be marked. Fine. Next speaker that we have is Delegate of Norway.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Start. Thus, we don't have much of fossil fuel things. There are no much carbon dioxide or air pollution. But before, Norway faced some fossil fuel issues and led to a climatic change. Only some causes we have, like energy supplies, agriculture, and road traffic, has sometimes led to increase in temperature or in climate change. Nowadays, as nowadays, no, sorry, as Norway is a gas and oil exporter, we have our own safety measures and a restricted policy, so it could not harm other environment. Changing climate geographical feature. There are no geographical changes are done for oil or fossil fuels. All safeties are taken before and after exporting or importing crude oil, fossil, or other resources, and we are ensured to lead this to a renewable country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norway. Next speaker we have is the Delegate of Denmark. Denmark, please.
Thank you, Chair. We all know that the most prominent source of energy all over the world are fossil fuels. They're extremely energy efficient, but also readily available almost all around the world. But these fossil fuels, despite being energy efficient and available, they're harmful to the environment because their use releases planet warming emissions. It's not only harmful to the earth, but it also damages the health of the people being exposed to the burning of fossil fuels. Not only that, they're not categorized as renewable sources, and at the speed we're consuming them, we might run out of them in a few decades. They might be cheap and efficient, but the downgrades far weigh out the upsides. It's obvious that all the countries would not be able to abandon fossil fuels all at once, but the best way to at least reduce the consumption is to slowly transition toward green energy. This could be of numerous types, including wind, hydro, geothermal, and solar energy. Denmark has already taken the initiative of creating an artificial island which generates wind energy at a massive scale. Other countries which are large energy consumers should follow in Denmark's steps of producing renewable energy at large scales and substituting them for conventional sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next speaker that we have is UAE. UAE, please begin.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. Unearthing, processing, and moving underground oil, gas, and coal deposits take an enormous toll on our landscapes and ecosystems. The fossil fuel industry leases vast stretches of land for infrastructure, such as wells, pipelines, and access roads, as well as facilities for processing, waste storage, and waste disposal. In the case of strip mining, entire swaths of terrain, including forests and whole mountain tops, are scraped and blasted away to expose underground coal or oil. Even after operation cease, the nutrient leached land will never return to what it once was. As a result, critical wildlife habitat, land that is crucial for breeding and migration, end up fragmented and destroyed. Even animals able to leave can end up suffering as they're often forced into less than ideal habitat and must compete with existing wildlife or resources.
Thank Thank you very much, Delegate. Next speaker we have is Delegate of China. China, please begin.
Yes, ma'am. Honorable delegates, the 80% of the energy in the world is produced by the burning of fossil fuels or mostly polluting fuels, which are harmful for the environment. These types of resources pollute the environment as well as they are not present in unlimited quantity. These non-renewable resources should be used sustainably and should be conserved for the future generations. These fossil fuels release greenhouse gases which lead to the global warming. These non-renewable resources can be replaced by the renewable resources which are replenishable and are unlimited in stock like solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, and hydrological energies. China has been the leading producer of clean energy. China is the largest investor in the renewables. The wind and solar energy generation has increased by 10% since last year. By 2030, China plans to up to 1.2 terawatts of wind and solar capacity electricity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker that we have is Delegate of US. Please begin.
Improving energy efficiency not only reduces greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere, but it is also good for a corporation's bottom line. The major sources of nitrogen oxide emission include cars and trucks, coal-fired power plants, large industrial operations, ships and airplanes. The share of US total energy production from fossil fuels peaked in 1966 at 93%. Total fossil fuel production has continued to rise, but production has also risen for non-fossil fuels sources such as nuclear power and renewables. As a result, fossil fuels have accounted for about 80% of US energy production in the past decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of United States. Next up, we have Delegate of Germany.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for recognition. Burning fossil fuel is like breaking up the furniture to feed the fireplace because it is easier than going out to the wood place. Approximately 84% of world's energy consumption needs are met from the fossil fuels, with oil accounting for 33% and consumption, and natural gas and coal accounting for 24% and 27% respectively. Burning extensive fuels is leading to climate change. Germany aims to raise the share of renewable from 17% today to more than 80% in 1950, while completing phasing out electricity production from nuclear power plant by 2022. Germany is trying to shift from its current electricity demand into solar, wind, and batteries within 10 years for just 35.2 billion euros per year, and could completely shift to self-sufficient by 2035. Germany is concerned as many countries still dependent on fossil fuels. We immediately need to stop the extensive use of fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Germany. Next speaker we have is Delegate of Japan. Japan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Fossil fuel is a hydrocarbon containing material found naturally in the earth's crust from the remains of dead plants and animals that is then extracted as fuel. The main fossil fuels are coal, crude oil, and natural gas. There is a strain on these fossil fuels because the world is using these rapidly, but it takes millions of years for these fossil fuels to be formed. Burning of these fossil fuels increases greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, which in turn creates pollution. In Japan, the cumulative capacity of fossil fuel usage is expected to drop to 7.5% by 2030. Also, after the Fukushima disaster in 2011, Japanese government decided to completely abolish nuclear power and replace it with renewable power sources. Japan intends on investing $700 billion into renewable energy. The initiative appears to be working as renewable energy generation capacity now stands at 26.2 gigawatts in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. France, please begin.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. The fossil fuels CO2 emission history of France is striking in that emissions have declined since 1979. France emissions since 1979 reflect modest decline in the petroleum use and marked decline in the coal use. Fossil fuel CO2 emissions in 1950 were 82% from coal. By 2008, it's only 13% of emission were from coal consumption. Carbon dioxide emissions from petroleum products have declined by 33% since 1979, but still account for 59.9% of France. 103 million metric tons of carbon released due to the fossil fuels combustions and cement production from 2008. France continues to increase use of natural gas. In 2008, CO2 emissions of natural gas consumption are estimated at 25 million metric tons of carbon, or 27.9% of France's total emission. France made a major commitment to nuclear power, and nuclear power generation grew rapidly from 1975 until contributed 76% of total electricity generation in 1987. France is a net exporter of electricity. Extensive use of nuclear power has clearly curtailed of fossil fuel related CO2 emission from France. Per capita emission has declined steadily since 1970s to present levels, near 1.7 metric tons per French person.
Thank you, Pran. Next speaker we have is Delegate of Australia. Before that, Brazil, you are raising your hand. So what point do you raise? Brazil.
Oh, nothing. You can continue on.
Delegate is not audible. Can you come again?
So I was raising, the delegate of Brazil was raising hand for the point of personal privilege that
Okay, yeah, go
the
ahead.
delegate was not audible.
Okay, Delegate of France, for me it was slightly audible, but Delegate of France, for the convenience of the committee, can you please repeat your speech?
Okay, Chair.
Yeah.
The fossil fuel CO2 emission history of France is striking in that emissions have declined since 1979. France emissions since 1979 reflects the modest decline in the petroleum use and marked decline in the coal use. Fossil fuel CO2 emissions in 1950s were 82% from coal, and for 2008, only 30% of emissions from coal consumption. Carbon dioxide emissions from petroleum products have declined 30% since 1979, but still account for 59.9%. France 103 metric tons of carbon released from fossil combustions and cement production from 2008. France continues to increase use of natural gas. In 2008, CO2 emissions from natural gas consumption are estimated at 25 million metric tons of carbon in, or 27.9 of France emissions. France made a major commitment to nuclear power, and nuclear power generation grew rapidly from 1975 until it contributed 26% of total electricity generation in 1987. France is a net exporter of electricity. Extensive use of nuclear power has clearly curtailed fossil fuel rate CO2 emissions from France. Per capita emissions have declined steadily since the 1970s to present levels near 1.7 metric tons per French person. Thank you.
Thank you, France, for repeating the speech for the committee. Next up, we have Delegates of Australia. Australia, please begin.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Begin, Delegate.
Australia is at the forefront of severe climate change. Australia's extreme weather, heat, drought, bushfires, and floods will continue to get much worse if we don't act now. Australians are hyper concerned about climate change, but the major political parties, especially the ruling coalitions, don't want to talk about climate change. Further, it's done and dusted. The Australian government tracks out the emissions of the greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide and methane, through national greenhouse gas accounts. The Department of the Environment and Energy publishes regular quarterly updates about Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. Renewables will meet 100% of consumer demand for electricity at certain times of the day by 2025. If large-scale wind and solar development continues at current rate, grids and penetration of renewable generation in Australia reach a record of 57% twice in 2021. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Australia. Can you repeat last 20 seconds of your speech, please?
Yes, ma'am. I repeat.
Go ahead.
Of the day by 2025, if large-scale wind and solar development continues at certain rates, amnosmula grades, the penetration of renewable generation in Australia reached a record high of 57% twice in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Okay. With this, the next speaker we have is Delegate of Israel. Israel, please begin.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable delegates, we all should be increasing research and development in a fossil fuel program. Fossil fuels produce large quantities of carbon dioxide when burned. Carbon emissions trap heat in the atmosphere, which lead to climatic changes. Greenhouse gases trap heat in the atmosphere, causing global warming. Fossil fuels are not renewable energy sources. If we do not reduce consumption, we will run out of them, and that too very quickly. Over the last century, the burning of fossil fuels like coal and oil has increased the concentration of atmospheric carbon dioxide. Climate extremes such as droughts, floods, extreme temperatures can lead to crop losses and threatening the livelihood of agriculture producers and food security of communities. Israel is currently working on this topic and also has introduced policies which will help the environment and help to reduce the use of fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Brazil, you have the floor. Please begin. Delegate of Brazil, do we have you? I guess Brazil is not there in the committee. Just left, I guess. So we'll remove them. With this, we'll revert back to the general speakers list. Speakers that will take for now is Denmark and Norway. Delegate of push 90 seconds timer, please. Push, can you make the timer 90? Yeah, just write 90, it will automatically.
90 or 9 seconds?
90. Delegate of Denmark, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Instead of slowing down the decarbonization of the global economy, now is the time to accelerate the energy transition into a renewable energy future. Energy is something that us humans need for almost all tasks, but the heavy reliance isn't the concern. It's the source of energy which is harming us in the long run, because a huge part of energy sources are non-renewable and cannot be replenished soon. Looking at the current state of the world, advancing toward the sustainable development goals as soon as we can and start using renewable energy sources would be the wisest choice. Recently, the prices of gas and oil have been increasing day by day, and the Russian war has made it all the worse as it is a major producer of global energy, being the second largest gas producer and the largest gas exporter. Denmark, however, is investing $34 billion on an artificial island, which will be an offshore power plant and generate clean, cheap, and most importantly, renewable energy. It will function by generating energy through hundreds of wind turbines placed close by and then distribute the energy to several nearby nations. Denmark is utilizing a lot of its resources for transitioning into renewable energy production, unlike a lot of other countries which are generating renewable energy, but it's not even close to the ideal amount considering their total energy consumption. Countries should ideally follow in Denmark's steps and utilize the renewable energy sources available in a way that is efficient and easily expandable. There are many solutions to this crisis, but most importantly, the world switching to renewable sources of energy like wind, geothermal, or solar energy would make a huge impact. Leading the category of producing renewable energy in proportion to the amount of total energy consumption would be Iceland, followed by Denmark. Thank you.
Have around 8 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
The delegate of Denmark would like to yield the time to POIs.
Delegates willing to ask points of information will raise their hand. Would you guys? As Russia has already received the recognition, so we will give this one to Germany to balance. Russia, you can ask your question via chat.
Thank you, Chair. Denmark is facing a big increase in energy bill this year, with the price going anywhere up to 20% to 200% for many households. So what is Denmark doing about this?
Denmark currently is not taking like active measures, but it has long-term plans to change the current crises. Like by 2050, it's planning on not extracting oil from the North Sea. That's all.
Okay. Fine. Next speaker we have is Norway. Norway, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Energy crisis had led to impact in two industries, productions, and in tourism too. The increase for supply impacts the overall energy availability to run industries, businesses, and thus drives the cost up. It is a result of many different strains on natural resources, not just one, but in fossil fuels such as oil, gas, and coal. Due to overconsumption, as we are heavy producers of renewable energies because of hydropower, Norway produces over 99% of the electricity production in main plants with over 31 GW hydropower plants. Here, gas fields are working on their maximum production capacity to produce gas from importing or fossil fuels. We are soon going to be 100% renewable country and also deciding a ban on the fossil fuel cars. To maintain this, all we have to keep a strong energy policies to deliver multiple energy resources, cheap, secure, and relative to give clean power to Norway. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. How do you wish to yield the remaining time?
Delegate of Norway will like to yield the time to questions.
Points of information. Okay. Delegates willing to ask points of information? One, we can have more, I believe. We have time remaining. We'll have Australia.
Delegate of Australia would like to ask a question to Delegate of Norway that can you state the energy policy of Norway?
Sorry, Delegate of Australia, can you repeat the question? I was having a net problem.
Yes. Delegate of Australia would like to ask a question to the Delegate of Norway that can you state the energy policy of Norway?
Okay, Delegate of Australia, the state energy policies, I think so, set like so 15-16 contribution so to achieve the by 2030 and 17 for the share of renewable electricity consumption. The policy in ways the biomass will play the most important role in the growth of renewables. So, excuse me, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Can I repeat the answer?
Yeah.
The state energy policies are set targets of 15 to 16 contribution to TPS, TPES for renewable resources, and over 90% of the hydroelectricity is consumed by the cities or states by the Norway over electricity, and thus are now not going the more taxes.
Thank you, Delegate. Sure, to what point do you rise?
Point of information.
Okay. Delegate, I previously also mentioned raise your hand when I asked initially. After one speaker is done, we cannot recognize other one, but okay, I'll allow you for now, but make sure you take care next time.
Yes. So the delegate of Russian
Fine.
Federation, yes,
Go ahead with the PO.
the delegate of Russian Federation would like to ask that since you just mentioned that you are moving towards renewable energy resources, then why is Norway claiming that when Russia had stopped its supply of trade of natural gas, why Norway claimed that Russia is responsible for the global energy crisis attack? If you are moving towards renewable energy resources, then why do you need natural gas supplies from us, and why are you blaming us for the economic crisis?
As you are under Russian-Ukraine wars, you are facing a lots of difficulties in other resources, and we are facing difficulties in global gases, like you told, and uh, you are facing difficulties, or the point of argument we cannot say, but to point you, so you can give us a bit of energy from yourself as your large producers of noble gases and other things, resources. So we are just complimenting that you just give what we need. We will just give you what you what I will not controverse you to Russia and Ukraine wars. So it's a kind of only what you say that you give me that, I will give you this, like that only. It's a bit of problem. It will not be faced more. Sorry for the conversion like this. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Before I take up more speakers and we basically have another moderated focus, there are a few feedbacks. What I feel, what I can see, very first article present on the internet. Right now, what is your input in it? For most of you, not all of you, for most of you. What is your input in it? How are you analyzing the information? The internet is same for everybody. Why should I give you marks over the other delegate? Is how you analyze the set of information that is available, with you on the internet. So basically, I would give you a longer break comparatively because I want you all to research. Also about the points of information sheet that you've sent. Uh, Basically, just a moment. A lot of people have not written via EB on their chips, right? I hope you delete and resend. One is from Germany, delete and resend. Another is from Finland. Please delete and resend if you want marks for it because you've not written via EB on it. Kindly so that you are the format that you're following is not correct, and we won't be able to give you marks at the end of the day. Further, I have a personal suggestion to be made. Just a second. Right. The suggestion can be that considering the committee has around just 12 people, not even 14, 12 people. Right. So, and we also have a long committee along with us. So, you can, talk about or discuss among yourself more topics that you can debate upon. Secondly, you can keep individual speakers' time to be 90 seconds, even in the moderated purposes. Right. So it can be 90-18, that will accommodate 12 speakers somewhere. And as a committee, you can actually add on more points. Fine. So these are three suggestions that I'm giving you as an executive board member. Apart from that, I'll give you break little earlier, probably right now. And I'll type down in the group when we'll get back. For these 20 minutes, I don't want you people to go for a break actually. What I want you is to discuss that what all new moderated purposes you'll add on and how you'll make these moderated purposes for 90 seconds or you'll keep it to 60 only. So these are a few discussions that you need to do to further give a direction to the committee, not as part of UNMOD, but somewhere in the break only. So Kush, I believe you can stop the streaming and we can go for a break for now. Kush, are you there?
Yes, listen me.
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm saying you can stop the live, the streaming. Basically, the committee will go for a short break for now because there are discussions that they need to do.
Can we started at .1?
If
Kashish, we can start the break at sharp 1 o'clock.
We will start at sharp 1. There is a, with regard to what they do in the committee further, because they are lacking in certain parameters. And as an executive board member, I want them to work on it for the 15 minutes. So the break will start at 1 only. So do you want? So delegates, what we can do is on my from my side, from my discretion, I'm giving you this time for discussion. Discuss amongst yourself what are you going to do so that the committee becomes more substantive. Because honestly, we are not, getting what the output that the committee should get. Neither from your speeches, neither from the quality of research, nor how you're managing it. So what you can take the 15 minutes till 1 you can discuss. After that, from 1 to 2, we can have a break, a long break, so that you can prepare on the parameters that you decide right now. Works for everybody? Right, so you can discuss among yourself the changes that you make in the timings and everything. Please go ahead.
So what shall be the further moderated caucus topics for us?
Didn't we decide on like the climatic and geographical causes?
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, so we can actually continue with that topic.
Yeah, so after that as well, because I guess we have a lot of time.
Exactly, we have like 4 hours left. There's just one moderate caucus left.
We can give the second GSL as well, if you all have prepared.
Yes, second GSL is fine.
So one moderated caucus and one GSL.
Yes.
I don't think that will be enough. At least like we should have one more moderated
Only
caucus
for
topic.
one committee session it will be enough, but we have
Yeah, but like we have more
So
sessions.
let's add one more moderated caucus then.
Yeah.
Now, let's make your individual speakers time 90 seconds if that works for all of you and if you all are comfortable, so that you give me some substantive information. Talk about it as well.
Oh yeah, and I also wanted to say, can we have 2 moderated or 3 moderated caucuses more than establishing GSL again?
Yeah, actually, because we have like many committees left.
Yeah. So maybe
in one, like we can raise the agenda, like what climatic and geographical change.
Yeah, I guess that so that comes in moderated caucus. So we can have more moderated caucus because they are on a particular topic. Because GSLs are like they have they are just on the agenda. They don't have a specific topic. So it's better to have it on.
We can have one more moderated caucus of sustained use of natural resources.
Okay, or maybe okay, that's also fine. But we have already covered it, isn't it? Sustainable use of natural
So
resources.
the 2 mod caucuses we can have is like the climatic and geographical thing and the Russian war effect.
Yeah, we can do it. The impact of fresh water energy and the climatic and geographical change.
Sure. So the 2 topics, two moderate caucus today.
Yeah, and 90 individual speakers time.
90 seconds for the moderate caucus.
Okay, sure.
And are we going to have one more GSL today or
tomorrow, because today we already had one and the
so we'll only have moderated caucus. If we'll have GSLs, it's tomorrow, not today.
okay.
Yeah, like we'll see, like if
the topic for moderated caucus.
Yeah, it's
topics we'll take
climatic.
is I'm sorry, continue.
No, Delegate of Denmark continue.
So the 2 topics will be the climate and geographical changes caused the energy crisis, and the second one will be the Russian war.
Also that it is not implemented because it's focused on the Russian.
No,
That
actually,
is the point of
that's the current topic, right? Because in the study guide also it was mentioned, this particular topic was highlighted and it was written very important. So
yeah,
better if we discuss on it.
Can we change the first moderated caucus to just the climatic change which has been caused due to the global energy crisis?
Be
Like
enough for like a 90-second speech.
Yeah.
that will be enough, because I don't think the geographical part.
No,
Like we don't have like much of information on
Depends
that
on
part.
us, right?
thematic if you want, right? It's up to you what you put in the speech.
Yeah, you can
Yes.
speak on any of, like, you can speak on climatic conditions only, or only on geographical conditions.
If you want to do a mix of both, then do both, whatever.
Yeah, actually, ma'am has actually messaged in the chat that like some of us will have a second JSL today. So like we'll do these two moderated caucus and the
And
JSL.
then
The second JSL is very last. Does it work?
We can do the second GSL as well. It will give us
Yeah, actually,
time
ma'am
to
has
ask
messaged in
for
the
the
chat.
point of information.
Yeah.
Sure, but let's do it at the very last because let's do the moderated one first.
yes, after the moderated caucus, we'll go with the GSL.
Yeah, like first in like the other committee, like we'll start with both of the moderated caucus, we'll finish them, and then later like we'll go on the JSL.
the JSL.
yeah.
Okay, sure, works.
Delegates, I would come in here. I really don't want to interrupt, but then, as you know, I explained you in the ROP session, you cannot have two informal debates altogether. So it has to always be a formal debate, then informal debate. So after your one moderated caucus that you'll have after the break, as we have already taken to GSL, then we would have to automatically go to GSL. We'll take two GSLs only, and then we'll have another mode, and then remaining GSLs, and then we'll be done for it.
So like you have to alternate between them.
So the
Yes.
first GSL is of climate and geographical changes which has been caused due to
Yes.
the energy crisis. Then we can go for the second GSL, and then after that we can go for the Russian war.
Also, the GSL topic is the same or
No, the GSL will be same on global energy crisis. The
Yeah,
main
so
agenda.
like yeah, I'm asking that like will we have like moderated caucus also, like the topic like which we decided right now, the change, the climatic change.
That will be the first one. Then we'll have the GSL on common topic, and then again on Russian war.
Yeah, and then on Russian war, yeah, fine.
Right. So are you all done with the discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the last session today and the first session tomorrow, we will discuss on the lines of documentation, how it has to be made and everything. Fine. So I'll explain you the documentation process either in the last session today or the first session tomorrow. We'll see to it, how it works out. Fine. Apart from that, as I mentioned, you need to work on your research. So even if you have, let's say, written a speech already, try to revisit it and see what analysis I can do to it. Now you have heard others as well. So now you have heard new points as well. So instead of you can modify your speeches with regards to the discussion going on in the committee. Fine, that is how you learn to add on to the debate instead of being just stagnant. Right? Because debating and running is something which is very dynamic. It keeps on changing. Right. So your speeches should also be modified according to what is going on in the committee, not what you prepared last night. Fine. So work on that. Also increase it by the time. Also one suggestion: if there are 90 seconds in the moderator focus, make sure you utilize the entire or at least 80 seconds of it. And in the GSL, please do not yield 30 seconds, 40 seconds, which is what are you speaking? How will I give you marks when you're not adding on enough information? And how will other ask you question when you're not adding enough? Right? So make sure your GSL is somewhere between 75 to 80 seconds. And your mod speeches, you can even utilize the entire time till 90 because you do not have yields in there. Right? So work on it accordingly. Do you have any doubts? Anybody?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, are there marks for working paper and position papers? like the papers.
Position papers we are not expecting, working papers we are not making, we'll rather be making a committee report. And for committee report, yes, there will be one.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Right. Anything else?
Chair, I want to ask one thing. We have this break till 1:40 p.m. or till 2?
You'll have it till 2.
Okay.
Because you have to research, then you also have to have your lunch. So probably not even till 2, I started around at 2:10. So you can be comfortable, have your lunch properly first and then work on your speeches and your research. Okay, but don't skip on your meals because of the committee. Make sure that you also, take care of your meals and everything, because then you lose an energy and you won't be able to do the committee as such, or you'll be bored, or you'll sleep and everything. So take care of that as well. Right. So do we have any more doubts? Russian Federation, go ahead.
Yeah, are we allowed to switch off our videos in this break?
Yes, you are allowed to switch off your video in the break.
Okay.
Also, there are people who are not turning on their videos. Please do so. At least while your speeches. If not in general, then while your speeches, I guess all of us can. Right? Even I keep on doing it, but when it says your network is not stable, then I have to close my video. Otherwise, I also try to keep it on at all times, despite of the fact I'm on 3 screens, marking you people, maintaining records and everything. Germany, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Is Delegate of India participating?
India has left.
So it's not participating currently.
It is not participating. I guess even Brazil is not participating. Brazil has also left. Right? Right. So it's almost 1. We can go for a break. You can turn off your videos.
Just
Right?
1 minute, Kashi shall also check.
Yes, ma'am. Also,
Yes, Kashi, they can go on break if need be.
okay. So you can have a break. We'll meet at around 2 to 10. Be there. Have your lunch. Prepare well. Right? I want better speeches, increased quality after we join them. Right? Thank you very much, everybody. You all are Delegates, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Would be great a policy for turn on a video.
Yes, Kashish, you're audible. Can you hear us?
So, as we were done with citizens, we'll just take one more. But before I take one more GSL, I'll recognize more speakers to GSL. Right. So, as of now, on the GSL list, we have Delegate of India and China. India has left the committee. Right. So, we just have China. So, I have to recognize more speakers for the GSL. So, delegates who are willing to add their names to the general speakers list may raise their hands now. So have it immediately right now. We'll have it up to the moderator.
I'm sorry, you're barely audible.
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is really very low.
Am I audible now?
Yes, it's better now. Thank you.
Okay.
Please repeat what you just said because.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, perfect. Right. So what I said is that as we just have India and China on the list, and India has also left the committee, so we'll recognize few more delegates for the GSL. So delegates who are willing to add their name to the general speakers list may raise their hands now. Right. So after China, we will take up Israel, followed by UAE, followed by Australia, followed by Japan, followed by Finland. Please lower down your hands once you are recognized, followed by Russia, followed by Australia has been recognized, followed by Germany, followed by Denmark, then France. Right. So the new list stands to be China, Israel, UAE, Australia, Japan, Finland, Russia, Germany, Denmark, France. Fine. I'm dropping down the list as India is not there in the committee, so we'll remove them from the mark sheet. So for all the people who have left, they're not part of the committee even and they weren't even at first place because they just gave their roll call and left. So as a committee, we have attained 100% participation as of now because all of you have participated in the committee. That's a really good part. So congratulations on that. With this, I'll be now inviting upon Delegate of China for the GSL. China, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, honorable delegates and the executive board once again. We all know that energy is everywhere around us and is used in everything. All the sectors of the world are dependent on some or other types of energy. Energy has been an important part of humans' livelihood since its birth. The global demand for energy is constantly growing with time, but the question is, do all the people in the world get this energy? The answer is no to this question. The UNEP continues to work for the people who do not have this energy and works to decrease the energy gap. By the year 2040, the increase in the energy requirements will be of 70%, with 2/3 of the population of the world settled in the cities or urban areas. According to the SDG report 2020, the electricity access in 2010 was marked to be 83%, while it increased in 2018 to 90%. But this increase in the access is not sufficient. The increasing demand and shortage of energy has led to the global energy crisis. The world's demand for the products made from natural resources is increasing. We need to sustain the use of natural resources. Most energy crises have been caused by localized shortages, wars, and market manipulation. To find a solution for the crisis, China has outlined its plans. China aims to become carbon neutral by the year 2060. China's high-level goals are that within approximately 40 years, it will be going to net zero carbon emissions, where 80% of energy will be coming from carbon-free resources. China is also a leading producer in manufacturing EVs and the battery packs. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no time remaining, we won't be accommodating any needs for you. Fine. With this, we'll be now opening the floor for motions. Before that, do we have any points on the floor? Any points? Seeing none, do we have any motions on the floor? Am I not audible? Yeah, I can only see Russia. Nobody else wants to raise a motion. Okay. Russia, Denmark. I can see same hands. It's just Russia, Denmark, Japan, Israel. These four people have raised motion. There are so many people in the committee. You all know the motions. It's in the group. Why are you not raising motions? I'm not getting it. Give it a try. If you don't know how to raise it, I'm here to guide you with it. Australia, USA, China, okay, China. Yeah. Do you want to give it a try? Japan. Okay, Japan is already. So we'll have China and Israel for now. Right. China, go ahead with your motion.
Delegate of China wishes to suspend the formal debate to start the moderated caucus on the topic impact of the Russian war on the energy sector. Thank you.
Impact of Russian war. Okay. For time being?
For time being 15 minutes and a speaker's time being 60 seconds, 90 seconds, sorry.
Total time being 15 minutes, each speaker is getting 90 seconds.
Right.
I would appreciate if we modify the time to 18 minutes and 90 seconds, considering we have 12 people in the committee.
Okay.
Do you want to rephrase the motion?
Right. Delegate of China wishes to suspend the formal debate to start the moderated caucus on the topic impact of the Russian war for total time being 18 minutes with a single speaker's time being for 90 seconds.
Right. Thank you, delegate. The motion, each speaker's time being 90 seconds. The motion is in order. Israel, go ahead with your motion.
Ma'am, repeated motion.
In that case, what do you need to say? That you wish to second the motion, right?
Yes. The delegate of Israel would like to second the motion.
Good. Right. Noted. With this, we'll be voting upon the motion raised by Delegate of China, which is impact of Russian war on energy crisis. 18 minutes, 90 seconds. Delegates in favor may raise their hands now. I'll wait for 5 seconds. Right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Delegates against. China, are you not in favor of your own motion? Right.
It was a network issue. Sorry.
So as all of the delegates were in favor, China did not raise hand because of network issue. So this motion passes. Right. With this, Delegate of China, do you wish to be the first speaker or reserve your right?
Ma'am, I want to be the first speaker.
First, I.
Ma'am, the delegate of China wishes to be the first speaker.
Good. Yes. Delegates willing to add their names may raise their hands now. Also, delegates, as your parents haven't forced you to be part of the seminar, can we be little, cheerful for the committee? That is what I mentioned all throughout. We are sitting like, somebody has forced us that if you don't do the seminar, I'll beat you. Right. So we will have China, France, Germany, Israel, Russia, Finland. Then we'll have Denmark. Lower down your hands once you're recognized. Japan. Also UAE, USA. That only makes 10 delegates. What about remaining? Two more who haven't. One is, I guess, Australia. Other is China is there. France is there. Norway. Australia and Norway, are you not willing to speak up in this moderated caucus? Australia, Norway.
Actually,
My
I
have
did
been
not
not fully
respond.
completed.
Sorry, Norway, come again.
My speech is not fully completed.
It's okay. By the time we'll be done by these 10 speakers, you'll be able to write your speech. Shall I add your name?
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, you can add my Australia also.
So we'll have Norway, then Australia. I've given you so much of time. What were you eating? Were you ordering pizza for the first half of the break and then eating it in the second half? Okay. So after Norway, we will have delegate of Australia. Right. I'll just drop down the list in the chat box. Timer is again 90 seconds only. Fine. So China, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable delegates and the executive board, due to Russian invasion of Ukraine, the energy prices have reached great heights, leaving many European countries uncertain of their ability to meet demand in the medium to long term. This conflict possesses a great challenge to the growth trajectory and upside risks to inflation, which is the rise in prices. Oil and gas prices are rising and exhibiting high volatility as the market struggles with the impact of sanctions and the prospect of the reduced flows from Russia. China is heavily exposed to Russian commodity exports and to global markets. The invasion and its aftermath have a profound impact on China's short-term energy supplies, but Russian-Ukraine war has not impacted the plans between the China and Russia for the future means. There are two natural gas supply channels between China and Russia. One is China-Russia East Route natural gas pipeline with an actual capacity of about 10 billion cubic meters in 2021, and the supply volume through it is expected to reach the designed pipeline capacity of 38 billion cubic meters by 2024. The other one is Russia's large LNG project in the Arctic, which will export about 4 million tons of LNG to China every year. Russia plays a decisive role in the global oil and gas supply chain. Ukraine is an important energy transportation route for Europe. 40 billion out of 155 billion cubic meters of pipeline natural gas imported from Russia in 2021 went through Ukraine. As the end of January 22, the total gas reserves of Europe hit a record of low of 42 billion cubic meters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. Next speaker we have is Delegate of France. France, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for your recognition. The impact of Russian war on France. For several months, the price of an oil barrel is creeping up, but since the outbreak of war in Ukraine, it soared to the 47% of increase in just 3 months, with consumers at the pump here in the France are now feeling the full effect. Some fuel distributors say their purchase prices increased by 10%. Concern has also spread in agriculture by the rise in the price of raw materials. Russia is the major distributor of wheat and fertilizers. The industry are facing notable challenges, including the automotives, cosmetic, and aeronautics. The capital of France may be thousands of miles away from the battlefields of eastern Ukraine. But what happens in French voting stations this month could have been repercussions there. Far-right presidential candidate Marine Le Pen has close ties Russia and wants to weaken the European Union at NATO, which could undercut the Western efforts to stop Russia war on Ukraine. Le Pen has trying to unseat the centrist president Emmanuel Macron, who has slim lead in polls ahead of France's April 2024 presidential runoff election.
Right. Thank you, France. Next up, we have Delegate of Germany. Germany, do we have you?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for the result. Sorry. The government of Germany is very concerned and distressed by the impact of Russian war on the energy crisis as well as on the environment. Russia is a major player in global energy market. It is one of the world's largest top three crude producers. Russia is also world's second largest producers of natural gas behind the United States and the world's largest gas reserves. Russia is the world's largest gas exporter as well. The war of Russia-Ukraine will result in expensive food and energy for the next 3 years. The World Bank has warned about it. But Germany is thinking this in an optimistic way that the situation can give us a push to shift to a cleaner, greener, and safer renewable resources. Even Germany is trying its best to lower down the dependency on Russia for natural gases by relying on renewable resources, and Germany is also aimed to build LNG terminals along its coast. It has planned to open 3 terminals in next 5 years. Germany have reduced around 15% of dependency on Russian natural gas. The Russia-Ukraine war is not only affecting the energy crisis but also the environment. Although the war is still ongoing, there is evidence of severe air pollution, greenhouse gas emission, fear of radiation leak, intense deforestation, habitat destruction of wildlife, and what not is resulting from this intense fight. As Germany would say, war settles nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Next up, we have Israel. Israel, are you good to go?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Honorable delegates, I'd like to convey my message that the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine has led to several environmental consequences, not only in Russia and Ukraine, but also different countries. The invasion has resulted in forest fires, air pollution, soil contamination, water pollution, and damage to natural reserves as well. As the fighting was continuing, a heavily industrialized area with chemical factories, coal mines, refineries went on fire and were destructed. Ukraine has abundant chemical plants and storage facilities, oil depots, coal mines, gas lines, and other industrial sites, which release enormous amounts of pollution and damage to the environment if they are damaged. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has roiled the market and the geopolitics of energy, driving the oil prices and the gas prices to the highest levels. When we look at the reports, the EU is highly dependent on Russia for its oil and gas due to the war between the two nations. There was an energy shortage between some of the European nations. Also, due to the war, there was a drastic rise in the prices of energy resources, which also affected some of the countries' budgets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next up, we have Delegate of Russia. Russia, do we have you?
Yes, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and fellow delegates. Since most of the countries are pointing out on Russia for the crisis, I will now like to take the floor to clear the reason behind the war which has led to the crisis. Originally, when the Soviet Union had dissoluted and its member countries gained independence, there were some laws to be followed by the member states, and it did condemn aligning with other countries against another member state. Now, since Ukraine has great abundance of lithium, which is a very important component of cells and batteries, the Western countries tried to persuade Ukraine to join them so that Russia couldn't get abundant share of that particular resource. As a defense measure to protect our country, since they were planning to invade Russia, the only appropriate decision which was left to us was to protect our people and do a war and invade Ukraine. Seeing this all at a lower perspective, it might seem that we are wrong, but this was the only decision which the NATO aligned countries could leave us with. And to protect our country from their invasion on us, we had to do a war. We do not want Ukraine, our homeland, to be controlled by the NATO-aligned countries, which are diplomatic. And hence we were left with this decision to invade Ukraine. The Western sanctions should be held responsible for the war, for the economic crisis, and not Russia, because the Western sanctions are somewhere fracturing the long trading relationships, and it's not the war which has led to the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Next up, we have Finland. Finland, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Russia is a major player in global energy markets. It is one of the world's top 3 crude and natural gas producers in the world. Russia relies heavily on revenues from oil and natural gas, which in 2021 made up 45% of Russia's federal budget. Since the start of the crisis, the International Energy Agency has been monitoring the implications of Russia's invasion of Ukraine for global energy markets. Amid the ongoing Russian-Ukraine war, European nations such as Finland are facing an energy crisis as the oil and gas supply has been dwindling in the continent due to various factors. The European countries are to a large extent dependent on Russia for energy supplies, which contributes to around 40%. The oil imports are close to 4.49 million barrels of oil each day from Russia. Gas prices in Europe have soared in the last year after Russia squeezed supplies ahead of the invasion, impacting inflation and a cost of living crisis for many countries in the continent. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February this year, Europe is still trying to reduce its reliance on Russia. Russian gas exports to Finland have been declining since 2018, when shipments were about 2.6 billion cubic meters. They had fallen by 39% of that in 2020. Finland imports most of its gas from Russia, but gas accounts for less than a tenth of the country and energy consumption. Russian gas makes up for just about 5% of Finland. But to prevent this, Finland has now started to become more self-sufficient and aims to use more natural, clean, green energy resources.
Thank you, Finland. Next up, we have Denmark. Denmark, do we have you?
Yes, ma'am.
Please begin.
Thank you, Jay. Russia is a major component in global energy markets, being the second largest producer of natural gas and the world's largest gas exporter. The recent Russian war against Ukraine has had a huge negative impact on the global energy crisis. This invasion led to a lot of Western countries countering Russia with economic sanctions. The US and UK being among the first major countries to ban the imports of Russian oil in their country. Other countries which import oil or gas will have to find more sources of the supply due to the increasing demand. This led to the prices of these resources skyrocketing. Countries like Denmark, Germany, and Iceland are taking major steps in advancing towards generating their own renewable clean energy as a way to able to sever ties with Russia while also helping the environment. The amount of fossil fuels generated and exported by Russia harmed the environment in numerous ways, and now that it is slowly being cut ties with, the environment might improve if countries decide to generate large amounts of renewable energy. Like I previously stated, Denmark has started working on artificial energy island to generate clean renewable energy on their own and provide for several countries. This is helping a large part of Europe sever ties with Russia for their energy sources, and just in the first phase, it will be providing over 3 million European homes with green energy. Other countries should follow in Denmark's steps and create as many renewable energy sources as they can, while keeping the placement of the place outside of civilian areas to not create conflict and avoid using Russian energy sources. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Denmark. Next up, we have Delegate of Japan. Japan, do we have you?
Yes. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has roiled geopolitics of energy. According to the International Energy Agency, Russia is the world's largest oil exporter. European nations are facing an energy crisis as the oil and gas supply has been dwindling in the continent. This will impact the outlook for economic growth in 2022. The United States, the European Union, and others have imposed economic sanctions on Russia and have announced plans to wean themselves off that country's fossil fuel. Although this war is in Europe, Japan is viewing the actions by one autocracy and drawing conclusions on what its neighboring autocracies could do in the Indo-Pacific region. The war has threatened to derail efforts to tackle the world's critical challenge of reducing global greenhouse emissions quickly enough, avoiding catastrophic climatic change. Even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the world was far off track from achieving its shared energy and climate goals. Global CO2 emissions reached an all-time high in 2021 and fuel markets were already showing signs of strains. With this, today's crisis risks passing an even larger environmental challenge to our younger and future generation, and it is imperative that we strive to make the additional burden as light as possible rather than adding to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Japan. Next up, we have Delegate of UAE. UAE, do we have you?
Yes, the Delegate of UA is present.
Right, Delegate, please begin.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. To understand the situation today, this is worth doing a refresh on the weight of Russia in the global energy landscape and especially in Europe, since this is the region of the world which is the most dependent on the energy supply from Russia. I'll be focusing solely on energy, but everyone shall keep in mind that we are also very much relying on other resources from Russia, such as copper, nickel, palladium, titanium, lithium, rare earths, which are key to many industries, including the energy sector, notably for the renewable energies and the batteries. The energy consumption worldwide is still heavily dependent on fossil fuels as the decarbonization policies implemented here, and there are too recent to have an impact on the energy mix today. Since the European economy is overly dependent on Russia, that strong dependence is now forcing European countries to find alternatives to maintain the security of supply in the region. That is, diversifying the energy sourcing is indeed the key to energy security. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of UAE. Next, we have Delegate of USA. Delegate, please begin.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. We have all heard about the current Russian and Ukraine war. This war has led to many serious impacts on the environment. There were many places put on fire in Ukraine by the Russians, which led to pollution and increase in temperatures. Russia was also going to use the nuclear bombs, which if used would have led to impact like the ones that were seen after the dropping of nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Due to the pollutants released by the bombs and the fires, the water, air, and environment is polluted at a great level. Due to this, the wheat prices have increased by 60% in Africa. Also, there was a drastical rise in the prices in fertilizers, edible oils, and maize, as well as oil, natural gas, and other energy products. Environmental advocates are trying to bring international criminal charges against Russia for the environmental destruction its military has already caused. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Next up, we have Delegate of Norway. Norway, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Russia invasion has triggered replication of fast-moving refugees, crises, upgrades, succession against major economic shape of global relationships, including us. The OCP has slashed its outlook for global growth and clouded inflation projection warning fallout from war could worsen. The world economy will be weaker, growth stronger, inflations, and potential long-lasting damage to supply chains. Thus, the prices are gone too high, over $100 per barrel, and gasoline prices are set by contract, had rise and has fallen more gradually than the daily spot prices. Crude oil to other oil petroleum Jesus had led to a large hike in prices and compared to us, they're all gone to high.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have with us Delegate of Australia as the last delegate for this moderated caucus. Delegate, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Russia's president, after declaring a war on Ukraine, is not only affecting the lives of millions of Ukrainians, but also having a wide reach effect across Europe and other countries. Energy is particularly has emerged as a major issue in Russia's war, which has led to precipitous jump in oil and gas prices across the globe. Australia has provided a total of AUD 65 million in humanitarian funding help the urgent needs of Ukrainian people impacted by this unfolding crisis, particularly the most vulnerable also. Australian government stands in solidarity with the Ukrainian people and is working with our development and humanitarian partners to support those in greatest need. Australia will work with trusted partners to provide humanitarian assistance such as shelter, food, medical care, and water. Of this 65 million, 50 million is new overseas development assistance, while 4.2 million is the Ukrainian refugees may need protection and assistance which Australia will provide if needed in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. With this, we come to an end of this moderated caucus. And honestly speaking, I could make it out. I don't know about you guys, but I was able to make it out that yes, there has been significant improvement with respect to your speeches as compared to what you were doing previously. Even if you could feel that yes, there were some improvements with respect to what your co-delegates were earlier, how your co-delegates were earlier performing and how they are now performing. So that's good. I'm really happy about that fact. Right. With this, we'll revert back to the general speakers list. I believe USA, you were not there in the meeting when we recognized people for the second round of GSL. If you want, we can add your name.
Yes, the delegate of USA would like to add its name to the general speakers list.
Right. I'll add you towards the end. Yes, China.
Ma'am, the delegate of China would also like to add his name in the general speakers list.
I'll add you. I'll add China, then followed by US. Fine. Right. So as of now, we have Israel and UAE for the GSL. So, Delegate of Israel, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. The nation that leads in renewable energy will be the nation that leads the world. The 2021-22 global energy crisis is the most recent in a series of cyclical energy shortages experienced over the last 50 years. Israel possesses negligible reserves of crude oil, but have abundant domestic natural gas resources. Israel is now self-sufficient and an exporter of natural gas. The Energy Ministry of Israel is acting to ensure Israeli energy security, the diversity of our energy sources, and investment in renewable energies. Now is the time for sustainable energy policy, which will not only save our environment and resources, but also save our future. With the new goal, Israel is taking action to attain the goal of zero emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. We are responding to global challenge, finding technological solutions, and joining in to achieve this important goal. Israel has also adopted many policies which are really very helping our environment, and we all can see the changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Seeing no time remaining, no yields. Delegate of UAE, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, launched a national initiative for long-term building a green economy in the UAE under the slogan Green Economy for Sustainable Development. The strategy aims to position the UAE as a world leader and a center for export and re-export of products and green technologies, as well as maintaining a sustainable environment which supports economic growth. An initiative taken by Ras Al Khaimah is the Ras Al Khaimah Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Strategy 2040, targets 30% energy savings, 20% water savings, and 20% generation from renewable energy sources by 2040. was launched in 2018 under the patronage of H. Sheikh Saud bin Sar Al Qasimi, member of the Supreme Council and ruler of Ras Al Khaimah, and is being implemented by the Energy Efficiency and Renewables Office (REAM) at Ras Al Khaimah municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Again, seeing no time remaining, we will proceed further in the committee. Right, the next speaker that we have with us is Delegate of Australia. Also, is the timer working? Because I doubt. Ma'am, or any secretariat member who's there.
Kashish, what do you require?
Ma'am, is the timer working?
Yes, it is working.
Okay.
You have to
Thank
start
you.
the timer.
Yeah.
You want me to
Australia.
start it right away?
Yeah. Australia. No. As soon as Australia starts speaking.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
I was busy with the call.
Australia.
Can I start?
Yes.
What is a soul? It's like electricity. We don't know really what it is, but it is a force that can light a room. Once said by Mr. Ray Charles, Australia, officially the Commonwealth of Australia, is a sovereign country comprising the mainland of the Australian continent. Australia's energy landscape is undergoing rapid and unprecedented levels of change. This change is being driven by an evolving power supply mix, aging infrastructure, weather, changing technology, consumer preferences, and also increasing independencies between gas and electricity markets. We are actively driving and planning for Australia's energy future, making sure Australians will continue to have access to secure and reliable energy in the years to come. The growth in renewable batteries and innovative technologies will lead to a vastly different looking electricity system to the one originally designed for a small number of fuel energy generators. This rapid growth has led to a number of reviews and market reforms to ensure these new technologies integrate into the system effectively to be cost effective, competitive, as well as provide system security and reliability and stability. Thank you.
Thank you. As you have just 4 seconds remaining, we will not accommodate any yields. Next speaker that we have is Japan. Japan, do we have you?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Once you got a solar panel on a roof, energy is free. Once again, good afternoon, respected chair and my fellow delegates. The energy crisis stems from the foreseeable end of cycle of oil, gas and coal, which in addition have been producing a considerable increase in the greenhouse gases. The global energy landscape and market has been massively reshaped by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The long-term answer is not replace fossil fuel supplies, but instead to focus on energy transition. Japan established Energy Conservation Act in 1979. In 2008, Kyoto Protocol commitment period began in Japan and it started one more act named Revised Energy Conservation Act since April 2010. Under ISO 50001, energy management system development was launched. Thus, Japan has improved energy efficiency by approx 40% after the oil crisis since 1970. Japan has been contributing to international cooperation for energy efficiency improvement at a global scale. Japan is promoting international standards for evaluating the level of energy efficiency on advanced technologies. Example, LED lighting apparatuses. It is also supporting developing countries to establish national standards regulations consistent with appropriate international standards to evaluate the level of energy efficiency. Example, project for supporting Association of Southeast Asian Nation members to adopt appropriate standards or regulations for the inverter air conditioners. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Delegate. Yes, Kush sir, do you want to say something?
No. I was like, she completed and you were not responding. That's what I thought.
Yeah, right. Um, Fine. With this, we are done with the speakers that we were supposed to take as of now. So now I'll be looking forward for motions. Are there any motions on the floor? But before that, are there any points on the floor? Sorry. No points? Okay. Then are there any motions on the floor? I need new people now. I'm done with the old ones. We want to give chance to everybody. We'll have Germany.
Yes, ma'am. The delegate of Germany would like to
Delegate, you're not audible. Be little loud.
The delegate of Germany would like a motion to suspend formal debate and move into the moderatic caucus for um, time being 15 minutes, and each speaker time being 90 seconds.
On the topic, I'll tell you how to raise a motion, don't worry. So you need to go like, Delegate of Germany wishes to suspend the formal debate and move into a moderated caucus on the topic, whatever is the subtopic that you've decided, for total time being, let's say 18 minutes, each speaker getting 90 seconds or whatever the time you want. Fine, please rephrase your motion and go ahead again. Germany, then US. Germany, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second.
We'll wait.
Yes, ma'am. The delegate of Germany would like to raise a motion to suspend the formal debate and move into moderatic caucus, with the topic being the climate and geographical changes that have been caused due to the energy crisis, with individual time being 90 seconds.
And total time being?
18 minutes.
Okay. Can you repeat your motion? It was climatic and geographical changes due to energy.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. USA, go ahead with your motion.
The delegate of USA would like to second the motion raised by the delegate of Germany.
Thank you, USA. Thank you. Right. With this, we'll be now voting upon this motion. So, delegates in favor of this motion may raise their hands now. 9, 10. I'll wait for 5 seconds. 11 votes in favor. We have 12 people. 1 has not voted. Let's see. Delegates against. France, why are you not voting? You haven't voted in favor or against. France.
There is a network issue. My hand is not.
Okay, not an issue, not an issue. So as we have attained the simple majority, the motion passes. Delegate of Germany, first speaker or reserve, right?
Yes, ma'am. Delegate of Germany would like to be the first speaker.
First speaker. Okay, hold on. Right. So I'll be now recognizing other speakers. Delegates who are willing to add their names may raise their hands now. We'll have Germany as the first one. Germany, followed by USA, Japan, Israel, Denmark, UAE. I often recognize you in the order in which you are visible on my Zoom. Please lower down your hands, all those who are recognized. Australia, Norway, China. Australia have been recognized. China, you've been recognized. Finland.
Excuse me, ma'am. Delegate of Australia would like to be the last one to speak.
Last delegate, although the order change is not possible, but I'm doing that for now. Fine. But from next time onwards, that is tomorrow. Today I'm being very lenient with everything, but tomorrow onwards I would not do that. Okay. So be prepared at all times. Right. After Australia, one speaker has not given their name. I believe that's France. France, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you.
Delegate of France.
Thank you so much.
Shall I add your name?
No.
Sorry? We can't hear you, Delegate. If you want me to add your name, please type it down in the chat box.
Excuse me, Chair. Even I have raised my hand.
Rashi, you've been recognized already.
But my name hasn't been added in the upcoming speakers in the shared screen.
No, you were there after Finland and then Australia is there after you.
Ma'am, which country?
Russia after Finland and then Australia. Fine? Okay. So Germany, do we have you?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can Delegate of Germany proceed?
Yes.
The climate emergency is a race we are losing, but it can be a race we can win. By Antino Guterres. Climate change is a major threat to our environment. The effect of climate change heightens the competition for resources such as land, food, water, and often increasingly leading to mass displacement. And with the global energy crisis, it has even become more threatening. Energy is being produced by burning of non-renewable fossil fuels because of the energy crisis. This does not only affect the global resources of fossil fuel, but it also affects the environment. The burning of fossil fuel releases the greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide and other which are causing climate changes. Under the climate action program 2030, the new climate action, the German government have made a binding undertaking to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 55% by 2030. Germany is also moving towards the green energy transition. 40% of all the energy is consumed in the buildings and majority of that is used for heating. The Renewable Heat Act by Government of Germany aims to increase renewable heat resources to 14%. Also, German energy cooperatives had invested around 1.2 billion euros in so-called citizens power plant. More than 40% of these cooperative own solar panels and around 20% have been invested in wind turbines, biomass, or even hydropower. Climate change is a very important and concerning topic, and as we are seeing the result in many countries, so we have, this is a very important topic and it is also a very concerning topic. So thank
you. Right. Thank you, Germany. Next speaker that we have on the list is Delegate of USA. USA, go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The burning of fossil fuels produce greenhouse gases that trap the heat in the atmosphere, leading to global warming. The additional heating of Earth's surface is causing increase in the sea levels worldwide due to the melting of the glaciers. This is a worrying factor as many small islands and coasts are submerging underwater. It is predicted that Hawaii Islands and the island territories of the Caribbean will experience half a foot rise in the sea level. This rise in sea level is a great threat as the water rises at a rate of 1.2 centimeter per year, which is 4 times faster than estimated in the past. If this continues, the country of Kiribati will be the first country to drown underwater completely in the forthcoming years. The US Environmental Protection Agency, that is the EPA, sets limits on certain air pollutants. It also enforces federal laws on clean water and safe drinking water.
Is that all?
Drinking water. The EPA also enforces federal regulations to limit the losing their homes and causes many disasters. We can prevent this by planting more trees, stop using cars to go to nearby places, follow the Montreal. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Japan, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Climate change in the world is a significant variation of average weather conditions over several decades or more. The geographical change fact is that the Atlantic Ocean is growing wider by an inch while the Pacific Ocean shrinks. These are due to water action and wind action. The root cause is global warming, which is directly attributable to human activity, specifically to our burning of fossil fuels such as coal, oil, gasoline, and natural gas, which result in greenhouse effect. The Japan's mean annual temperature has increased by about 1 degree Celsius over the last century. The country's primary geographic challenge is sustaining its large population on island with little arable land and few natural resources. Thus, Japan had introduced the Air Pollution Control Act, the Water Pollution Prevention Act, the Soil Contamination Countermeasure Act. There are places in rural areas where people are getting education to use solar energy to cook food instead of using dangerous and inefficient cooking system. This helps to reduce greenhouse gas emission. Japan took pledge in 2020 to become carbon neutral in next 30 years. Japan created the Kyoto Protocol Target Achievement Plan to lay out the necessary measures to raise public awareness and utilization of policy measures and ensuring international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next speaker is Israel. Israel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Renewable energy could reduce emissions, but also create jobs and improve public health. Rapid industrialization and rising use of energy resource is contributing to climatic and geographical crisis. When fossil fuels are burned, they reduce large amount of carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas, into the air. Greenhouse gases trap heat in our atmosphere, causing global warming. Increase in temperature is a really very major crisis. The environmental problems are directly related to the energy production and consumption, including air pollution, climate change, and water pollution. The emissions of air pollutants from fossil fuel combustion is the major cause of urban air pollution. Human activities such as burning fossil fuel and destroying rainforest have an increasing influence on the climate and the Earth's temperature. Due to global warming, several geographical sorry, I couldn't hear.
Go ahead.
Yes. Due to global warming, several geographical and climatic changes are occurring, such as droughts, floods, extreme temperatures. Israel has accomplished extensive infrastructure, regulatory, and institutional reform to recycle 87% of its wastewater to address water scarcity issues, quickly becoming a global leader in applying recycled water for our agriculture irrigation. Let's come together and save our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Denmark. Denmark, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Our reliance on energy is not the only reason that the global energy crisis is a concern. The effects of this energy crisis harms the planet in so many ways. For starters, the climate is taking a huge hit due to the burning of fossil fuels, like releasing greenhouse gases like CO2 and others. These gases trap the sun's heat on the earth and promote global warming. Industries burning fossil fuels use freshwater from nearby rivers and lakes, and the same water, when it is wound up, is dumped back into the river, which causes an imbalance and hurts the species present there. This results in water pollution and reduces the amount of water we have by another significant amount. A lot of plastic is produced by fossil fuels, and as I assume we all know, plastic pollution is one of the most dangerous kinds. Not only does it result in the generation of large amount of plastic, which is non-biodegradable, it also harms wildlife, disturbing the food chain. Acid rain is produced because of the fumes, and acid rain, along with polluting lakes, it also results in the weathering of rocks and structures, which results in a lot of accidents and damage. Denmark is slowly stopping the use of non-renewable energy sources and burning fossil fuels and advancing to using renewable energy, which is an obvious solution to prevent the changes that are being caused due to the energy crisis. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Denmark. Next speaker we have is Uae. Uae, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. The global climate is changing, and that is posing increasingly severe risks for ecosystems, human health, and the economy. These changes are happening because large amounts of greenhouse gases are released into the atmosphere as a result of many human activities worldwide, including, most importantly, burning fossil fuels for electricity generation, heating, and transport. Combustion of fossil fuels also releases air pollutants that harm the environment and human health. The EEA's recent assessment, Climate Change, Impacts and Vulnerability in Europe 2016, shows that Europe's regions too are already facing impacts of changing climate, including rising sea levels, more extreme weather, flooding, droughts, and storms. Our use and production of energy have a massive impact on the climate, and the converse is also increasingly true. Climate change can alter our energy generation potential and energy needs. For example, changes to the water cycle have an impact on hydropower, and warmer temperatures increase the energy demand for cooling in the summer while decreasing the demand for heating in the winter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of UAE. Next speaker we have is Delegate of Norway. Norway, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Due to release of greenhouse gases and noble gases, there is a climate change in all countries. A climatic change to due to temperatures, other things. Pollutants are released over and over by the industries and labs, thus affecting the environment. But before, Norway faced some fossil fuel issues and led to a climate change. Only some causes we have like energy supply, agriculture, and road traffic can sometimes lead to increase in temperature. As Norway is an oil exporter, we have our own safety measures and restricted policy, so it could not harm the environment. Late change in climate or geographical features. Therefore, no geographical changes are done for oil or fossil fuels. All safety are taken before and after exporting or importing, as a crude oil, fossil fuel, or other resources. And we are ensured to lead this to a renewable country and promise no other dangerous or harmful gases will not be emitted. This will be no fossil fuel or pollutants are used in only other industries, labs, etc. We will surely be a renewable country, thus banning dangerous and harmful fossil fuels or liquids or the gases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next up, we have China. China, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to honorable delegates and the executive board. Fossil fuels, coal, petroleum, and natural gas are our main sources of energy, producing the vast majority of fuel, electricity, and heat used by people across the globe. In 2005, a whopping 86% of energy used worldwide came from fossil fuel combustion. And right now in the United States, the number isn't much lower at about 85%. Unfortunately, fossil fuels are also the primary culprit behind climate change. In the United States, they are to blame for more than 80% of greenhouse gas emissions and 98% of CO2 emissions alone. And while natural processes can absorb some of this CO2, an estimated 4.1 billion metric tons of it is added to our atmosphere each year. That number will rise dramatically if we don't check ourselves. China is committed to be implementing forest carbon offset projects that keep the balance of climate, community, and biodiversity in time. These projects are aimed at restoring the multiple benefits and services provided to humans by forests and wetland ecosystems. China is suffering from the negative effects of global warming in agriculture, forestry, and water resources, and is expected to continue to see increased impacts. China's government is taking some measures to increase renewable energy and other decarbonization efforts, moving to hit peak emissions before 2030 and can be carbon neutral by 2060 by adopting more vigorous policies and measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next up, we have with us Delegate of Finland. Finland, go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Globally, the use of non-renewable resources such as fossil fuels has led to a drastic impact on the climatic conditions and geographic conditions of a place. About two-thirds of global greenhouse gas emissions are linked to burning of fossil fuels over consumption of resources, fuels for energy. Concentration levels of greenhouse gases are rising steadily and are now greater than ever. This massive use of traditional energy sources is directly resulting in global warming and harming the environment and biodiversity. With global temperature already increased by 1 degree centigrade, even further minor increase temperature will result in rise in sea level, extreme weather conditions, as well as food scarcity, thereby impacting millions worldwide. With this, the building of more fossil fuel power plants is leading to more pollution in the nearby region. The Republic of Finland aims to stop the use of fossil fuels and become a carbon neutral nation till 2035 and phase out of coal by 2030. Finland is answering to the call by replacing fossil-based chemicals with renewable raw materials like wood to produce goods, services, and energy. The Republic of Finland has also introduced the Forest Act, which states that for every tree harvested, 4 more trees will be grown. In Finland, there's an ongoing boom in the construction of wind and solar power plants in order to achieve the 2030 climate targets. In addition to this, two fast-growing sectors, green hydrogen, sectors, which include green hydrogen, are also being introduced. If we are able to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, we will reduce the risk of extreme heat waves, heavy precipitation, droughts, sea level rise, polar melting, expanding health risks, and dangerous climatic impacts worldwide. Thus, let us come together as a community and save the Mother Nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next speaker, Delegate of France. This is not the GSL list. Once we proceed there, we'll add you. Okay. Okay. Next speaker we have is Russia. Russia, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the recognition. In November 2020, the Russian president signed Decree number 666 on reducing GHG emission, dated 4 November 2020, which requires the Russian government to reduce GHG emissions to 70% of 990 levels by 2030. Currently, the Ministry of Economic Development is finalizing a draft of a strategy for the period to 2050. Russia believes that the global energy crisis has got good impacts on the climate and geographical stage, even if not at the political stage. Since Russia has stopped trade of fossil fuels, which somewhere apparently led to the crisis, the countries which were earlier dependent on Russia for fossil fuels are now looking for much better renewable energy alternatives. Countries like France, Germany, and Finland moved to alternatives and cleaner fuels, which has led to good impact on the environment. Hence, we believe climatically and geographically, this crisis has had a good impact, even if may not politically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next up, we have with us Delegate of Australia as the last speaker for this moderated caucus. Australia, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Impacts of climate change in Australia as well as globally are felt and likely to continue and intensify. These changes are largely attributed to emissions of greenhouse gases due to humans' activities. It suggested that if sustainable action by Australian government is not taken to reverse the changing climate, some shift will be catastrophic as well as irreversible. There is also increasing recognition around how climate change will affect Australia, such as restriction of agricultural growing seasons, intensification of bushfire conditions. Australia is frequently reported by the Australian Government Bureau of Meteorology and the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization (CSIRO). The Australian federal government's current target climate policy under the Paris Agreement is to reduce the emissions by 26 to 28% on 2005 levels by 2030. Targets it seems in line to meet. Australia has also given a hint that we may adopt a net zero greenhouse gas (GHG) emission target around by 2050. A central climate plan is the Emission Reduction Fund (ERF), whereby the government puts forward the incentives for the Australian business to cut the amount of greenhouse gases they create. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Just a moment. Right, with this, we'll be now reverting back to the general speakers list. We were done till Australia. We will take up 3 more. That is Japan, Finland, and Russia. I'm sorry, we were done till Japan.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Is the next speaker ready?
Just a second, sir. We are reverting back to the GSR. I'm dropping the list.
Okay.
We'll have Finland, Russia, and Germany for now. Right. Drop down the list in the chat box. Fine. So Finland, you have the floor for your GSR. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The world is nowadays facing a critical problem of a global energy crisis. As we all know, it has led to environmental impacts such as global warming, increase in greenhouse gases, impact on economic development. Though this may be one issue created by global energy crisis, the other one should also be taken into consideration. This crisis deals with energy not being available for each person throughout the world. Most of the energy crisis takes place in rural places where there is deficiency of energy and less energy production. The Republic of Finland believes that this crisis is a critical issue and should be prevented at any cost and as early as possible. The Republic of Finland proposes the policy of clean and green energy for all, which will help provide clean and green energy to each and every citizen in the world. This energy will be supplied throughout the world and advanced technology will be used for the same. The Republic of Finland also requests that every person should invest in saving the world by using sustainable methods. Thus, the Republic of Finland would like to conclude by quoting R. Buckminster Fuller: "There is no energy crisis, only a crisis of I repeat, there is no energy crisis, only a crisis of ignorance." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, next speak. Okay, there are just 3 seconds remaining, so we won't accommodate you. China, to what point do you raise?
Ma'am, Delegate of China would like to add his name in the general speaker list.
Yeah, we have already added your name, but we are not taking you as of now. It's Denmark, France, China, and US who are already there on the list after these 3. We'll take you later.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Russia, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The burning of fossil fuels produce greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide that trap heat in the atmosphere, which causes global warming. The additional heat in the land, ocean, and atmosphere is driving worsening extreme weather. Hence, we have stopped trade of fossil fuels, like I mentioned earlier, and for which we shouldn't be blamed. Low emission zones for vehicles below the heavily polluting Europe 3 emission standards have been set. This is a step in the right direction in an effort to tackle air pollution in Moscow and other major cities. The Russian government has already instructed the authorities of Moscow to develop a roadmap for the implementation of these measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker that we have is Delegate of Germany. Germany, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Shall Delegate of Germany proceed?
Yes, please.
It is collective and individual responsibility to preserve and tend to the world in which we all live, by the Dalai Lama. An energy crisis or an energy shortage is a significant bottleneck in the supply of energy resources to an economy. The German government and concerned individual are working together to make the use of renewable resources a priority and lessen the irresponsible use of natural supplies to increase conservation. The energy crisis have increased the problem for the people as the fuel prices rise and the fuel prices are reaching at sky level. So the German government have agreed to set some temporary measures to help people in Germany deal with the high rise cost that have been caused by Russian invasion of Ukraine. The major concern is that we will run out of gas or oil, and the use of coal is going to continue to pollute the atmosphere and destroy a lot of natural resources in the process of mining the coal that has to be replaced by the energy source. In countries like China, high coal cost and inflexible electricity prices have caused shortage and forced local government to implement the rolling blackout for energy intensive industries. In order to stop the energy crisis, it is crucial that we consume less energy by improving and modernizing energy infrastructure such as smart grid solution and smart cities. Thank you.
Thank you. As there are only 3 seconds, we would not take heels. Also, due to a technical glitch on my end, we were not able to see the timer, and I believe there was some time remaining for Russia, but I was not able to see that because of the technical glitch that I was having. So what I'll do is I'll take you again, Russia. You can go ahead with the GSL, and then we'll look at the time remaining. Fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The burning of fossil fuels produce greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide that trap heat in the atmosphere, causing global warming. The additional heat in the land, ocean, and atmosphere is driving worsening extreme weather. Hence, we have stopped trade of fossil fuels, like I mentioned earlier, and for which we shouldn't be blamed. Low emission standards for vehicles below the heavily polluting Euro 3 emission standards have been set. This is a step in the right direction in an effort to tackle air pollution in Moscow and other major cities. The Russian government has already instructed the authorities of Moscow to develop a roadmap for the implementation of these measures. Thank you.
So as there are around 46 seconds remaining, Delegate, how do you wish to yield?
The delegate of Russian Federation would like to yield it for POIs.
Delegates willing to ask POI to the delegate? May raise their hands now. Nobody is willing to ask a POI to Russia. And you have discussed on impact of Russian war on energy crisis. Still, you have no questions. Is it so? That's really sad if as a committee you're not able to ask even a single question. And all those who haven't asked any question and are expecting awards, I am honestly telling you that this is not a debate competition. You're sitting in a model United Nations simulation which focus on all the parameters. So if you're just speaking, giving speeches, that would not fetch you an award. You need to send in chits. You also need to ask verbal points of information. You need to send substantive chits. You need to do lobbying. You need to prepare a document, everything. Right? That is why we differentiated from debate or quizzing or other activities which just focus on one aspect. Right, China, you're recognized. Anybody else? Last call. Questions to Russia. Israel, very good. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, so we will have China followed by Israel. China, go ahead with your PR.
Thank you, ma'am. So as we all know that there are many bans which are put on the Russian Federation. So how is Russia planning to balance the economy of the country, which is due to the energy sector?
Yes. So the Western sanctions, of course, we are totally against the Western sanctions which have been put on Russia's trade, and it is completely wrong. But at the same time, we are balancing our economy by providing resources which are abundance in our country, which are in abundant in our country, like crude oil, etc., at a very cheap rate. We have recently traded with countries like India at 30% discount on crude oil, and that is how how are we balancing our economy. Since there are many sanctions on us and many countries have stopped trading with us, we are balancing our economy by providing the resources at a much cheaper rate to countries which are ready to trade with us.
Right. USA, you are also willing to ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. Israel followed by US. Israel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. So the delegate of Russia, what I wanted to say is that between like when the war was going on between Russia and Ukraine, so during that period there were many people who took refuge in other countries like Poland and the other neighboring European countries. And during that time also like between like Ukraine, like there were many like power shuts because like there were bombing was done. So, what would you like to conclude about this?
Yes. So I believe the delegate of Russian Federation believes that there was no war which was done in the civilian area. It was just a false propaganda of the Ukrainian government. We very well know how to do a war, and it's still on the borders of the country. There's no media actually inside Ukraine or in the war. Whatever information is given to the media or which is on the internet is just by the Ukrainian government. They are spreading false propaganda on the internet to gain sympathy from the world and other countries. So the delegate of Russian Federation completely disagrees that any war was done on the civilian area or which affected any person or any group of people.
Okay. Thank you, Russia. USA, go ahead.
So the delegate of Russia, as we know that if a bomb is dropped on a place, it leaves a huge patch which may have trees or human settlements. So to recover from this and gain the land back as it was, what has Russia done?
Like I just answered to the question of delegate of Israel, that there was no bomb which was put on a civilian area, and we very well know how to do a war. This is the false propaganda of the Ukrainian government to gain sympathy from other countries. They are spreading these false news on the internet through media that all of these things happened and there were bombs which are put on the civilian areas, but nothing as such has happened. And yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. China, okay, Australia and Germany, why are you raising your hands?
Ma'am, can delegate of Germany ask a question to Russia?
Is it same for Australia? You want to ask a question to Russia?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, on the answer that she gave.
Okay, okay. I'll tell you one thing that I cannot procedurally recognize you at this point. Right, today I'm being lenient to all of you, but then this is not how it works out, right? So tomorrow don't expect a lenient chair. It is the first day and you first time running. So I'm little lenient with you guys, but tomorrow I'm not gonna do that. Right now I'll take up, okay, Finland, you also want to ask the question?
Oh, yeah, Chair.
Okay, we'll take up Australia, Germany, Finland. Australia, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. As Russia said that there's no media in Ukraine, and she said all the false bombing and all are false. So does she have any proof or source that from what or from where she's speaking on that?
Yeah. So what proof does the media have to give information such as the bomb was put on the civilian areas? There is no information which is there on the internet or on any other site, because obviously media cannot go on a war site or a place where bombs are being put and cover people there. Of course they won't be able to go there. Whatever information they are getting is from the Ukrainian government or what the people they are telling them. And yeah, there have been bombs in Ukraine, but they are not by Russia. They are by the Ukrainian government itself. They have put bombs on the civilian areas to gain sympathy and to tell people that it's from Russia. But Russia very well knows how to do a war. There has been no bombs by Russia in the civilian area.
That's a huge claim, Russia. Right. So press members, please take note of it. And delegates, in your further speeches, we want you to address it. Right. I also have planned something for you guys. I mean, obviously, it's not procedurally there in the ROP, but then that committee is going boring and we're not debating that well. So for that reason, I'll tell you after the questions. Germany, go ahead with your question.
Yes, ma'am. So, delegate of Russia, don't you think that selling natural gas at very low or cheap prices is indirectly promoting the use of fossil fuels?
See, the thing is that we have abundance reservoir of natural gas, and since because most of the countries like Germany itself has put sanctions on our trade, so we have to balance our economy, right, some or the other way. Now, if there are so many sanctions which have been put on us, how will we balance our economy? So for that reason, we are trading with countries who want to trade with us. We did not approach India or some other countries. People, the countries which are in need of the crude oil or maybe fossil fuels, for maybe because India is a developing nation, there are houses in India which do not even have electricity, right? So to trade with them and to give the trade crude oil with them, which balances our economy as well and which helps India as well, I guess it's a better step instead of not trading at all.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia.
Thank you very much. Finland, go ahead.
The delegate of Finland would like to ask a question to you that like previously you claimed that you don't supply oil to Europe as a practice of kind of making Europe self-sufficient, but and also for encouraging green power in a way. But then, can you explain then why have you cut the electrical supply to Finland during this the Russian-Ukraine war? And can you also explain what will you do with the crude oil reserves which you have in Russia currently, as you are trying to implement a green power supply?
Yeah. So first of all, I'll answer the first part of your question. So since Finland was earlier a part of Soviet Union, and when this got after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the countries had some agreements between each other. Finland and other countries which were originally a part of the Soviet Union could not align with other countries and do a war on any other member state. Like Finland was originally a part of the Soviet Union, so the agreements did not allow Finland to join the NATO based countries and invade Russia. But since Finland's president has recently claimed that it's going to join the NATO based countries, so of course Russia won't like it, because the NATO based countries are against Russia and they were planning to invade Russia. So for that reason, we have cut the electrical supply to Finland, because that was in our hand. And talking about the abundance reservoir of crude oil in our country, so that's a resource in our country. Of course, to balance our economy, since there have been so many sanctions on us, we'll have to trade that particular resource with other countries. At the same time, we don't promote the use of fossil fuels, but then since we have an abundant reservoir of it, we'll surely trade it.
There are a lot of factual inaccuracies in the discussions that just happened, right? So look at what you're saying, because even a single word or how you put forth one thing, even though you do not mean the wrong thing, but how you put it forth actually changes the entire meaning of it. So take care of it, everybody. Right, rest it will be highlighted in the mark sheet. That is what I can do at that moment, at this moment. Right. So now, as we are done with 4 moderated caucus, so we are going on a very good pace, honestly, as per the committee. What I've planned on is that what we can have is, obviously, I know that it's unmoderated caucuses are for lobbying, right? But as you know, the committee is not having any debate, and it's a beginners committee, and I want you people to understand the ROP, which I've been doing since morning. So you have understood ROPs pretty well. Now I also want you to debate well. So what I'm planning is that we can have unmoderated caucuses, right? And in that, you can debate upon the topic instead of deciding that it will be for 90 seconds or it will be. So basically, it will be sort of discussion. One warning, it is not part of rules of procedure. I do not do it in any of my committees. I'm doing it here. Two, because you know, there are very few people here and we have to somewhere, you know, make it enjoyable. Otherwise, you all will sleep in between. Okay, so I don't want that. So are you in favor of this discussion sort of thing, group discussion sort of thing? Raise your hands if you are. 6, 7. Okay. UAE and Finland are not in. Finland is not in favor.
So yeah, I'm in favor.
Finland. Okay, noted. Right. So we can have that. As of now, so we have a break at I guess the break starts at just 3:40. And when is it ending?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Okay. So we will extend the break so that you can prepare. Also, I'm telling you, you people are speaking out things, but I could not, I mean, I feel that you're not even aware of everything that you're speaking in just your 60-second or 90 seconds. Okay, so do not copy from internet things that you don't understand. Understand, or and if you want to speak them up, at least understand what they mean, right? Because फिर क्या point है तो हमने नेट से कॉपी करके स्पीच दे दिया है, so that's of no use, right? So work on that. Fine, we'll go for a break right now. We will meet at, the break is ending at 2. We'll meet at 2:10 or 2:15. Today we'll have the debate. Or do you want me to have these unmoderated caucuses tomorrow and today explain you documentation? Or do you want me to explain you documentation tomorrow and have these debates today?
Ma'am, documentation today would be a better option.
Okay,
Yes,
so what we
ma'am.
can do is we can
Yes.
have we can have documentation today. I'll explain you the documentation today, and after that, if we have time remaining, we can have this one and more, the discussion timing, right? And in case we do not have time, then tomorrow we'll have these. Works? And you can also choose on the topics on which you want to have it. Today you can have it in general on the agenda, because today I did not tell it to you beforehand. But for tomorrow, you can even decide topics that, okay, on this we'll have a discussion order unmoderated. And I'm honestly telling you, this is grave violation of rules of procedure. But why we are doing it is so that the committee debates. You debate, you learn public speaking, you know how to prove your point. Because in 60 to 90-second speeches, you're just narrating something. I don't know how much you know it. I don't know how much you will defend it. It's a debate on everything that you're speaking, right? So let's just do it. I hope nobody has any objections, right? Perfect. So we can go for a break right now. It's just 4 minutes remaining. We'll meet at 1:10. We'll have a 30 minutes break because committee is very small and we are almost done with everything. So if we go exactly by the itinerary, we would have been done by 6 moderated caucuses by today. Right. And that is something that would be too harsh on you to prepare 6 moderated caucuses for the day. So we'll have a break right now. Let's meet at 1:10. Fine, works for everybody. Half an hour break. Right. So yeah. You all can, I guess, turn off your videos and mics.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
And what are we going to discuss after this?
After this, firstly, I'll explain you the documentation, that what is documentation, how you will do it. After that, if we have time remaining, we'll have a discussion, group discussion sort of thing on the main agenda. Fine.
Ma'am, when are we planning to meet again?
At 1:10. I'll write it in the group. Also, the chits are
3:36, right? Current.
3:36.
I'm so sorry. I meant 4:10. I meant 4:10.
Okay.
Yes.
Because as of now,
Ma'am, we'll be debating in
sorry, Joanna.
on the main agenda.
Yeah, as
Ma'am,
today
we'll be
we'll have that group discussion on main agenda. Fine.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
And
you, ma'am.
honestly speaking, we do not have time machine as of now, so we have to meet at 4:10. Right? I'm so sorry. I was somewhere confused. I don't know why did I say that. Right? Any other doubts, or shall we leave? No doubts. Okay. Are you fine with the committee? Is there anything that is concerning you? Want me to change it? Anybody? No.
No.
If there is, you can text me if you don't want to speak it out here. No issues. I would not affect your marking in any manner. Fine. And let's just make this committee a little more fun after the discussion. So be prepared. Read on the agenda. You should know actual thing to debate at that point of time. Right? So yeah, all the best.
Yes,
We'll meet at 4:10. Fine. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, did UNEP start क्या?
No, it'll be starting at 4:10.
Okay, sir.
Hi, delegates, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Secretariat members, can you please stop the screen sharing? Right. Fine. So it'll start up with explaining you the documentation. Firstly, let's understand what is documentation, right? So now you all know that you are delegates, ambassadors, representatives of various countries, right? So you would not simply come, talk about issue and leave. You would also document whenever there has to be anything that has to be made formal. We document it, right? And then it is signed by the concerned parties. This is the process that we follow in our day-to-day lives, right? For example, if you have to purchase a home, then you document the things and then you sign it. Similarly, to basically formally, you know, articulate these solutions that you are proposing as a committee, you prepare a document, a formal document of the committee. Now there are more than 27 types of documents in the United Nations. Fine. I cannot teach you all in our two-day committee. I'll teach you the one which is most relevant for the committee today. Either we can have a committee report that sums up your entire committee, right? And also gives recommendations, or we can make a recommendation papers
Hello.
wherein you recommend solutions for this particular. Yes, Kush.
Sorry, your co-chair would be there in half an hour.
Fine. Right. Fine. So basically, now the next thing that is there is the recommendation paper. In that document, you just have to give the recommendations that you have, right, with regards to the agenda. Now, I personally, looking at the discussion of the committee, would have suggested a recommendation paper, right? But then it's up to you what do you want to make, a committee report or a recommendation paper. So you can, tell me what you want to prepare.
Recommendation paper?
Yeah,
Right.
recommendation.
Recommendation.
Yeah, recommendation.
Perfect. So I'll explain you the format for recommendation paper. I'll also show you a draft recommendation paper. Right. I'll share firstly the document. Hold on. Is the document visible?
Yes.
Yes, it's visible.
Fine. So basically, this is the basic format. Let's just understand it. Right. On the top, you'll write United Nations. Fine. You can take screenshot of this page. Right. After that, you'll attach a logo, and I don't want the colorful logos, this very logo. And you'll find it on the internet for United Nations. Then you need to write the name of your committee. Now, here it's written Commission on the Status of Women. You will write United Nations Environment Program. Fine. Then you'll write the date. So it's written 11th June. Today it is 25th June. So you'll write 25th June. Original is the language in which you are writing the document. So your original will be English. Location, New York, United States of America is location for where headquarters of CSW are situated. Now it's your job to figure out where headquarters of UNEP are situated. And you need to write down that very location. Fine?
Yeah.
Right. Now, then you need to write recommendation paper here. I'm sorry, this is a mess up with the size. Right. You need to write recommendation paper, agenda of the committee. Fine. Now, basically, if you're proposing a common recommendation paper as a committee, right, then you just need to write the agenda. But if you're not proposing a common recommendation paper, there are two recommendation papers that are coming up to me. Then you also need to write authors of the same. Fine, here below the agenda at this very portion. Fine, is my arrow visible?
Yes.
Somewhere you have to write the authors. If you're making one, then no need to write the authors. In authors, you need to write their official name. So you would not write China, you would write People's Republic of China. Fine. So that is how you need to do. After that, you'll write a United Nations Environment Program on 25th June addressed this topic and gave following recommendations. It is an opening line, or you can even simply write that following recommendations were given by United Nations Environment Program. And then you can start giving your recommendations. Fine, the solutions that you want to give to the committee. Yeah. Yes, firstly, please raise your hands, then I'll take your doubts. Japan followed by China. Go ahead, Japan.
Ma'am, in this model United Nations, which is being conducted, each person, each delegate of each country has to make one recommendation paper, or all the countries will come together and then make a separate only one recommendation paper.
What you can do is either you can as a committee make one recommendation paper, or you can divide yourselves into groups, fine, and then submit me. But looking at the size of the committee, I would recommend only one recommendation paper. But even if you want to go for more than one, there's not more than two, because obviously there are very few people already, right? I'll go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I actually wanted to ask, like, if is this paper like just as the resolution, like similar to the resolution, like all the solutions?
It is a solution-oriented document, but then resolution is the most formal form of document that we have in United Nations. It is comparatively less formal, considering United Nations, considering we are in United Nations Environment Program. So this is one of the most appropriate form of documents that I find for you people to make. So that is why we are making. But in resolutions, you also have preambulatory clauses, operative clauses. Here we do not restrict you to do so. Right. Although your solutions are somewhere like your operative clauses only, but then there's a difference between resolution
and ma'am, like how many solutions should be there max to max?
I guess you are a committee of 12 people. You can give me 24 to 30 pointers, or even you can give me 20, somewhere from 20 to 30 pointers, not more than that.
Okay.
Fine. So this is how you write down the pointers in case you have sub clauses. Then if it's 1, then it will become 1.1, 1.2, and so on. Right. And there is in draft resolution, what happens is that you cannot put a full stop in between. But that's not the case here. You can do so. Right. You can put full stop anywhere. That's okay with it. I'm not very strict with the formats. I'm not asking you to use operative clause phrases to start with your solutions. That's not needed. Fine. Now you tell me also the font will be Times New Roman. Fine. Size will be 12 for the text. Just headings can be around 14. Fine. Any doubt?
Can you repeat the last statement?
Yeah. The font has to be Times New Roman. The size has to be, for the text has to be 12. For headings, it can be 14 or 16. Fine.
Thank you.
Right. Anything else, anybody? Yes, Israel, followed by US.
Ma'am, like I wanted to ask, like for tomorrow's committee, so do we have to prepare this paper? Like
You will prepare this in the committee only. So what you can do today is you can prepare a layout of the format and you can get ready with your individual solutions. Then towards the end of the committee, you will take an unmoderated copy in which you will prepare the document. And there you can even delete other solution by negotiation and everything, or add certain solutions. Fine?
Okay, ma'am. And ma'am, like the solutions on the agenda which is given, right? Energy crisis.
Yes.
Same agenda only, right?
Yes. Yes, US.
Ma'am, can you please forward this document?
I'll do that.
Okay.
Anything else, anybody? Nothing? The documentation is clear? Okay. At the end, we
So
can...
what will be...
Sorry, go ahead.
What will we be doing now?
Now we'll have the discussion that we planned on having. Right.
Yes.
So here you can just one thing at the end, you can write either 030 or /000/. This is a formal way of ending the document. Right? That's all in the documentation. I'll share the format with you. Fine, I'll share this document with you. I hope you have taken screenshot of the first page, which is the main thing. Right?
Yes.
Somebody put it in the group. So then you won't even require the document because you know the format. Now you have to put in your own clauses and everything. Right. So we are done with understanding documentation. Now, are we ready for the discussion? Okay. I'll tell you how it works out. So basically, it would work like an unmoderated caucus. I would be out of this discussion, but yes, you would be marked for this one. Right. That is the difference. In unmod, you are marked for only your lobbying skills, not what you are speaking. Here you will be marked for what and how both. Fine. So you have to discuss on the main agenda, right? Anything that you feel relevant, you can start. Others can add on. Just don't keep on giving your own points. Others can add on. Fine. And make sure that none of you speaks for more than 30 seconds continuously. Right? You speak for 30 seconds or 40 seconds max, then somebody else takes the floor. Right. Then after 40 seconds, somebody else, then somebody else. Right. So once a few people are done, then you can again speak up. So it's like simply like to do your unmod discussion, but make sure nobody speaks for like nobody keeps on speaking for 2-3 minutes altogether. 1 minute at max. Fine. So we will start with the discussion for next 15 minutes. We'll have this exactly at 4:40. We'll call the secretariat for the feedback. Fine. Right. So I'll just mute myself and you all can start with the discussion.
Shall I start with the discussion?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I'll start with the main agenda. Since many countries have already told that Russia is responsible for the global energy crisis, I would like to again clear on it that the Russian-Ukraine war is just happening because Ukraine has aligned with the NATO-based countries, and the NATO-based countries have persuaded Ukraine to do so. And if there are any trade relationships which have been fractured because of this war, then it's completely wrong, and the country should think about it.
Okay, so Delegate of Russia, you quoted you said that Russia know how to make a war, like we know how to war. So I like to say about that statement that you said how to war. So even you accept the fact you all did not you all say the Delegate of Russia says you all did not do any bombing or anything in Ukraine. But do you accept the fact that you sent some soldiers for in the invasion?
I accept the fact that a war is happening. We are doing bombing, but the only thing which I'm saying is we will not do it in a civilian area, or all of those reports which are there on media that it's done on a school in Luhansk and everything. This is false.
Okay, so I would like to conclude the statement you are saying that you did not do it in a civilian area. So in which area did you do it? Did you do it in an area where there are many plants, nature loving area, or in a
Of
civilian
course, we
area?
have to do it some area at a point because the war is going to happen. This was the only appropriate decision which was left to us. So we started with Mariupol and we did it on the borders. But yeah, it doesn't matter which area because we are not aware exactly currently of the particular area. But it's not, of course, in civilian area.
Right. Thank you, Russia. Just a second, delegates. Do you know I'm marking you on this? So, do you want Israel and Russia to take up the word without you guys, without any effort? Why are you guys not participating? This is voluntary participation. If you don't participate, you lose on marks. Completely your loss. At the end, if you don't get a word, then don't be disappointed because you are not taking initiative. Right? So I want you to take initiative and get involved. Otherwise, it will be a one-on-one between Russia and Israel, and then both of them will give maximum marks. Right? So
Yeah, okay. So you said that you all did it on the borders only. So borders, there were soldiers over there. Soldiers were killed. So isn't that a bit?
Yeah, there were soldiers, and of course, when there is a war, soldiers have to die for it. And even if it's not even if it's not the borders, or even if of course, it's a non-civilian area. But then, if the soldiers are supposed to die for a war, you cannot really comment on it.
Okay, I have a question. If Ukraine that again war on you on the military areas of yours, you got a lot of loss. So what will you say? The political other issues that our militaries died because of this.
So
Then
for
they have to die only now because they are in the war, standing in the war.
So first of all, Ukraine does not have the power to do war on Russia. And second of all, Ukraine thought that it will be really powerful once it joins the NATO-based countries, but the NATO-based countries are also not ready to help it now. And it's completely alone, nor are the NATO-based countries actually on ground to help Ukraine. And Russia is, of course, Russia is very powerful that any country tries to invade it, it will be able to fight it properly. And if any country tries to war with us, then we'll give it back a nice reply. We'll give a nice reply to that particular country.
A minute. So we are not talking about the war between Russia and Ukraine. We should relate it to the energy crisis. So I wanted to ask you, Russia, that the bombings which are happening in the Ukraine, whether it be the non-civilian areas or civilian areas, it is affecting the natural fuel reservoirs, basically fossil fuels. So how is the Russian government or Russia reacting to it?
So first of all, as I said, Ukraine was a part of, let me tell you why the war is happening. So Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union earlier. There were some agreements which were there between the member states, and Ukraine wasn't allowed to align with the other countries and try to invade Russia. The NATO countries along with Ukraine were about to invade Russia. So of course we'll have to, so as a reply, as a good reply to it, we tried to invade Ukraine and give it a nice reply. So of course, if it's a war, because they left us with this last decision, we were ready for negotiations, we were ready for meetings, but the Ukrainian leader was so much persuaded by the West that he wasn't ready. So if the war was the only appropriate decision which was left to us, and if there are any consequences of the war, like it did affect soldiers, it did affect fossil fuel reservoirs, so Russia shouldn't be held responsible for it because we weren't the one to start with the war.
So you accept it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Russia, you just now said that you weren't the country who started the war. Don't you think that is wrong? You started the war actually.
Russia
invaded Ukraine.
So basically what I'm saying is the point started when Ukraine tried to join the NATO aligned countries, which it wasn't allowed according to the Soviet
But
Union.
it could also be done by settlement or conversation with
Also,
Ukraine.
yeah. Actually, we were ready for negotiations, but the Ukrainian leader, I won't take the name right now, he wasn't ready for negotiations with Russia. His final decision was to join the NATO-aligned countries. And Russia cannot let its neighbor join the NATO-aligned countries because it's an opponent, right? We don't have good relations with the NATO-aligned countries, and we cannot let our neighbor and our homeland join the NATO-aligned countries. So we started the war, yes, but then before that, we were ready for negotiations.
But then the same thing has been
Finland,
said
just
by.
a second. I can see that all of you are making up facts and grave factual accuracy, which I already mentioned. You're making up things. I understand you are, delegates of various nations, but that does not mean you change the actual facts. You twist it and present it with salt and spice in the committee. Right? So you will, lose on marks for that. So make sure you take care of it, right? Yes, Finland, you may continue.
Yeah, so I have a question. So the same thing was said by President Zelensky when he was just trying to have diplomatic relations built again during this war, but the same occurred when Russia denied. So, like, what is your point on that?
Yeah, so basically we wanted the negotiations to be done before, of course, when the war was and negotiations weren't the thing which we wanted. We actually wanted that it shouldn't join the NATO based countries. That was the only thing which we wanted. We were ready for negotiations at the beginning, yes, which the Ukrainian leader, which you just mentioned, Volodymyr Zelensky, wasn't ready for. And now that we have started with the war and the NATO based countries did not help Ukraine and it's ready for negotiation, so we'll not, of course, accept them.
Yes, so I would just
Yeah.
like to proceed by saying that, regarding the energy crisis and all, there were various times that Russia has actually, let's say, have launched missiles on the nuclear power plants of Ukraine. So, what is your point of view on that? Because it may even lead to a nuclear war, which can can be a lot catastrophic.
But then, as I mentioned earlier, that we shouldn't be held responsible for the when a war happens. There are consequences. There are destructions which happens. Of course, it's a war, and I'll again come on to the same point. We were ready for negotiations before the war as well, and we had warned Ukraine several times not to join the NATO aligned countries. Now, after the war, if they are blaming us for any consequences of the war, may it be any, then we shouldn't be held responsible, right? Because a war has consequences. It's meant for having consequences, and this was the
Okay,
only
so wait.
proper decision left to us.
If
Yeah, and
if somehow Ukraine counterattack you, that they feel like they are in unsafety, you can attack them in any time, any way. Okay, they attacked on you, and you were not heavily damaged, but a bit of damage was done. So if you say why you attacked us, there was a simple proof that you invaded us these points and not allowing us to join the NATO countries. So it's a like you are in the bad side. Okay, we can say that you are in the opponent side of them, and most of the countries will support them because they have proofs and other things. They can prove that you are wrong and you attacked us, and just like you are the main who attacked us, and this is what the war is began because you did it.
yeah, I
It can
agree to
easily
his statement. I
it can
agree to his
easily
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
they can
but
easily point on you.
yeah, let me come on to the same point. We are doing a war with Russia. We are not doing it with the NATO countries. And if by any chance, if you're talking about the future, if that happens, we'll be ready to reply it with a knife because we are aware of our strength. We'll reply it if any war happens in the future, any countries tries to invade Russia, then we'll give it a tough reply.
Yeah, but
Made
most of the countries will be on their sides because they have more proofs, more.
Yeah, so that doesn't matter to us. Even if the whole world goes with them, we are at the right side, we won't fear all the countries going at their side.
There's a
If a war
point you are
happens,
saying that you won't fear any other countries. What about US? The world's like the biggest power. If it comes on their side, on Ukraine side, it's 100% like it's usual that like you all
No,
will get.
I guess I'll come on the same point again. If we are still talking about the future, which is not evitable, and
no,
which
it's not the future, it's a situation.
yeah, let me
Actually,
speak.
we know
situation.
that the war has calmed down. The
Let
war
me
has calmed
speak.
down.
Yeah, so the war has calmed down, yes, and if that happens anytime in the future, even if the whole world, I'm saying the whole world comes with any other country, not only Ukraine, and tries to invade Russia, of course we'll give it a tough reply, maybe the whole world, because we don't, if we are at the right side, we'll of course give it a tough reply.
Yeah,
And Russia in the recent days, you have given threatening to Europe that you will stop the natural gas export to the European countries. So don't you think it will affect a lot of civilians? And so what is your reply on that?
Yeah, so that is just a green energy transition also in a way, because first of all, like Germany, like you just mentioned in many of the speeches, that Germany is moving towards renewable energy resources. So if Russia stops its natural gas export, then I don't think it should affect it that much. Even if it does, so all the countries should be self-independent first of all, and it's a step towards green energy transition, that the whole world moves towards renewable energy resources instead of just being dependent on Russian natural gas. And at the same time, due to Western sanctions, the pipeline which was to supply, this is a fact which was put by Reuters, the pipeline which was to supply natural gas to 3 countries, including Germany, due to Western sanctions, has not been repaired, and this is a fact on Reuters. So, and that's due to Western sanctions which are implied on us. So, yeah, we aren't responsible for it.
Yeah, so you said that we don't have to completely rely on the Russian gas, as we are transferring ourselves to the green transition. But these Russian gases isn't like easy to change, because they have been piped to home and businesses for decades now, and without a major infrastructure and overhaul. So every country's option are very limited.
Yeah, but then I just mentioned, right? The second reason why it was because the pipeline which is supplying natural gas to Germany and including two more countries hasn't been repaired due to Western sanctions on Russia. So yeah, we cannot help it, right?
Yeah, but using by threatening various countries, by threatening the various countries by saying that we won't be supplying you oil, is that kind of a way to showcase that you're like supporting green energy, and by like threatening them by attacks
Yeah,
just
actually, the
because
And
there's
war
you're
a
is
war
threatening
between
between
two
them
two
with a
countries?
governments.
reason. You are threatening them with the reason that if you don't pay us with rubles, your
Yeah.
currency, we will not export our natural gas to your countries. So the country haven't mentioned a point about the repairing, because I don't think it's a much big.
Last 1 minute.
Yeah,
Actually, I don't think.
let me speak. This is a fact by Reuters. The Foreign Ministry of Russia just said that this has happened. And secondly, what you just mentioned of our threat.
Hello,
Yeah, sorry.
Kashish, is the
Just
committee.
last 1 minute of discussion. Please
Otherwise,
complete.
take it at dot 5. Don't worry.
No. It will be done in a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, so when, the thing which you just mentioned about threatening, so of course because the NATO, what you just mentioned about ruble, so the company which is known as Gazprom, it's a Russian-based company. We do understand, but then the views of a particular company does not account for the views of the whole country itself, right? It's the there was a POI just sent by Republic of Finland as well, that it's a particular company, it's a Russian-based company, we do understand, but then it doesn't account for the views of the whole country as a whole.
Yeah, actually,
one
the
of
war is
your
between
Thank you.
governments,
Thank
right?
you. We are done with the time. I
Question.
told you last 1 minute. It's
in
okay.
one
There will be a lot more discussion sessions. Just one advice: do not make it about one country. Okay, you all are targeting Russia like anything. Now, a lot of you did not have much of participation, right? So make it a general discussion. Kush, do we have you?
2 minutes. बोलना. Yes,
Sorry.
tell me.
Yeah, we are done. Okay, so delegates, I believe that's all for today. I'll not take up a formal motion to adjourn and all, because we are anyways not following the procedures rightly. Right. So I guess I'll hand it over to Kush for today. Be prepared with three. Yes, Israel, do you have any doubt?
Yes, ma'am. I'm like for tomorrow, we have to be prepared with some moderated focus topics like
Yeah,
agenda.
yeah. Mods as well as these discussion topics.
Okay.
Fine. Prepare both.
Ma'am, the
We can, I guess,
discussion topic can be
yeah,
different, like in.
has to be around the energy crisis.
Okay.
and ma'am, some of the delegates have to give the GSL too.
Yeah. That will be taken up tomorrow morning. Don't worry. Fine. This list will continue. So we have 4 speakers. They will be taken tomorrow. Right. So prepare well. Work on your research again. Prepare topics for discussion and also prepare 3 solutions, 4 solutions for at least the document that you'll put in the document. Right. Yes, Russia.
Ma'am, you had mentioned earlier that for tomorrow we can have topics which are just not related to the agenda, but then they are there.
No. They have to be related to the agenda, but not the exact agenda. I mean, sub agenda, just like we do in the molds.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Kush, you can take the feedback now if there's nothing remaining, right? Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the committee today. Right.
Yes.
So we'll have more fun tomorrow, more discussion sessions, but make sure that there are at least 2 modes. Fine. Just a second. The Secretary General got disconnected. Let me call him.
I have one question for the US.
Sorry.
Ma'am, can we ask one more question to the USA?
Yeah. You
want
can,
to
but
ask one
tomorrow
more
in their speech.
Okay.
Ma'am, till that time, can we just discuss the moderated caucus agendas?
Yeah, ma'am, the
Right.
topics.
the topics.
Okay, so delegates. Okay, Kashish, you can leave.